Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon if it's in Georgia. Welcome to our 33rd annual Georgian Studies Day. We started in 1987, and here we are at this time on a webinar, some from the comfort of our own homes. The majority of speakers this time are from Georgia. Usually we only have one keynote speaker whom we can bring over, and this time, of course, we can have as many as we want. This year, we have chosen the most relevant theme possible, COVID-19. This is because Georgia has created a gold standard for keeping down morbidity and deaths as much as possible. And I must say, we in Great Britain can only look on with envy. It is also 25 years since one of our co-conveners, Professor Peter Lydiard, first started working in Georgia, and he has transformed long-distance learning, and we have nothing but gratitude. Today, can everybody hear me? I hope. It's 25 years since Professor Peter Lydiard first started working in Georgia, and today is his anniversary year. For this Georgian Studies Day, Peter Lydiard has achieved a mammoth task and worked tirelessly, and I, for one, am infinitely grateful. And thanks to Nina Porakishvili, the co-convener, and of course the Georgian Embassy, who's worked tirelessly for us. Interesting, it is now 18 years that we have been having our Georgian Studies Day in a stable home at the University of Westminster. And now we are on their webinar platform. I hope that you have worked out how the webinar works and that you have turned on your full screen. However, please be patient with us. This webinar technology might be fine for University of Westminster whiz kids and perhaps even for the brains of astronauts. But for the likes of most of us, it's a bit difficult, so please be patient. If you want to ask questions, can you please put them in writing in the place that says in the little box on your right, questions, but please name the speaker they are for. Now, I hope you can all hear me. It's a huge honor that we can launch this webinar, this special webinar, with a special message from the President of Georgia, Her Excellency Salome Zurabishvili. And this has never happened before in Georgian Studies Day. And so it is very pleasing. And I pass on to Professor Lydiard to show what she has said.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to address you at this 33rd annual Georgian Studies Day, a celebration of the long-standing successful relations between our countries and of Georgia's European culture and roots. Our two countries enjoy genuinely close relations and a strategic partnership that dates back to the First Democratic Republic of Georgia. This conference is a valuable platform to share knowledge and experience. It serves to deepen our cooperation in culture, education, and science. It strengthens the connections between our people. Our greatest treasure, our human capital, benefits greatly from this type of conferences and from the multiple programs offered by the British government to Georgian citizens. Besides the scientific and educational cooperation, Georgia and Great Britain share well-established platforms to make our partnership stronger. One of the great examples is the UK-Georgia Wardrop Strategic Dialogue, which successfully convened this year despite the COVID-19 pandemic. Dear guests, we meet today in unusual circumstances. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed not only the global agenda, but our everyday lives, and clearly it has affected your agenda since it has become the main topic. After the outbreak of the new coronavirus, Georgia took timely measures to avoid a rapid deterioration of the epidemic situation in the country. Those measures were successful, and we were able to significantly limit the number of deaths and infections. Georgia, while an open and free economy, was particularly vulnerable to global economic challenges, and in particular to the halt of tourism. The prompt economic and social stimulus packages implemented by the government helped to limit the initial impact of the crisis, but we all know that the crisis goes on. The international community praised Georgia's reaction to the pandemic. Today we remain in the list of safe countries adopted by the European Union, and we are both proud and humbled that our small country could serve as a model and share its experience with the rest of the world. We are also very grateful for the support received from our partners in confronting today's harsh reality. What the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us so far is that it takes joint efforts, solidarity, and social responsibility to get us through the deepest challenges in the world. No one can fight it alone. In Georgia, we also saw what I like to call the triangle of trust: dedicated doctors, a responsive government, and a highly responsible society that trusted each other, worked together, and implemented quickly the recommendations that ensured our initial success. Dear friends, despite the challenges we face today, we need to move forward. I always say that this is the right time for us to rethink the future we want. Apart from the new reality we face, we are entering into a new era of Georgian-British relations. The strategic partnership and cooperation agreement between our states sets now a solid foundation for effective trade, economic and diplomatic relations, and of course, cultural relations. We're also looking forward for new bases for our future and close partnership in the post-Brexit era. Georgia's pro-Western commitments and aspirations are central to our foreign policy. Peace, security, and stability in our country and our region is our top priority. Today, as we witness with concern the escalation of the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh, peace and security in the region is more than ever our common goal. It is also obvious that now more than ever, the knowledge of this region is vital, not only to us in the region, but also outside of the region for our European partners. And hence, Georgian and Caucasian studies are becoming more and more important and relevant. The geopolitical transformations taking place in the Caucasus require new approaches to the study of our region, as its impact on Europe's security and on its wider region is now evident. Last year, I proposed the establishment of a Center of Georgian and Caucasian Studies that would coordinate the efforts between the very many research institutions, centers, and scientists which in Georgia work on these issues. That is because Georgian and Caucasian studies, cartellology, is one of my great priorities, and I hope very much that my mandate as a president will be marked by such an initiative. That means that our cooperation, the cooperation of the Georgian state with initiatives such as yours, is very important. And I want in particular to thank here Mrs. Tamar Dragadze, an old friend, for everything she has done to support Georgian, Caucasian studies, and British-Georgian friendship. Thank you all.
Well, I'm sure that that must have touched all of us very much, and we are deeply grateful. We now have another message, which is from the Minister of Education, His Excellency Mr. Michael Schenkeli, who couldn't be with us in person, but conveniently has sent us a recorded message. Again, I think about Georgian and British cooperation. I hand over to Peter Lydiard once again. Please bear with us. We said that it was a bit complicated. I hope you can wait patiently, and hopefully we will get the message of the Minister of Education.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, it is my pleasure and honor to address you today at the 33rd Annual Georgian Studies Day. This event gives a wonderful opportunity to discuss a wide range of cooperation issues. I'd like to take this opportunity and extend my sincere gratitude to the Government of the UK for fruitful and committed cooperation with my country and the Ministry in particular. In this regard, wardrobe dialogue format that targets a wide spectrum of bilateral issues provides Georgia with the platform to discuss existing and future cooperation with the UK. Georgia attaches immense importance to the development of cultural and educational relations through the British Council. The pandemic became a true challenge for governments to deal with. The Ministry has developed various response mechanisms and tools to ease the negative impact of the coronavirus outbreak on the education system and to ensure continuation of teaching and learning process. I can say that we were successful to readjust the system quite rapidly, moving towards distance learning. We managed to swiftly make available a wide array of various online tools, policy measures, and platforms. As a result of the intense efforts of different actors in the education sector, it became possible that the academic year was not cancelled and students were able to complete their studies. I'm proud to emphasize that Georgia's efforts and success in introducing distance learning was acknowledged by the international community. OECD described the steps taken by the Georgian government as one of the best examples. Microsoft Corporation and UNICEF representation in Georgia also highly praised Georgia for its response measures in combating negative effects of COVID-19 on the education system. Of course, we shall continue our efforts, as the COVID-19 pandemic and the challenges are still there. To conclude, let me wish you a fruitful, productive meeting and interesting discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now hand over to Nina Porakishvili, who will be presenting and introducing.
Hello, it's great to see you all here. I hope that you can hear and see me well. It was my great pleasure, and it is my great pleasure, of course, to introduce the senior management from the University of Westminster, the Professor Andrew Lin, Pro-Vice Chancellor and the head of the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, Professor Brendan Noble, head of School of Life Sciences, who actually is a host of this meeting, and Professor Roland Danreuter, who's been a pro-vice chancellor for quite a long time at the University of Westminster. Now he's a incoming director of the new Forum for Uzbek and Silk Road Studies, a vibrant new development which actually indicates the importance that the University of Westminster puts into international relations. So unfortunately there was a problem with all three of them getting online with the microphones. So I'm just will ask if either Andrew or Brendan or Roland are able to take over and to introduce the University of Westminster, please. Okay, so if there's a problem at any time, please, Andrew, Brendan, and Roland, you'll be very welcome to join, and we'll find time for you throughout the webinar to give your greetings and introduction of the University of Westminster, but in a way that we'll have to move fast and to improvise. I would like to take it, I will take this mission on, and just to give you a little information that the University of Westminster is a public research university based in central London, really a vibrant place, a vibrant university. It was founded in 1838 as the Royal Polytechnic Institution. And actually, it was the first polytechnic to open in London. And in fact, we have the first cinema ever opened in London on the premises of the Royal Polytechnic Institution, formerly the institution and now University of Westminster. So the Polytechnic received a Royal Charter in 1839 and became the University of Westminster in 1992. There are several campuses, particularly a very vibrant campus in Fitzrovia, in Marylebone, in Harrow. In the Regent Street is a central campus where we have the offices of the Vice Chancellor and Pro-Vice Chancellors. The interesting thing is that we have like a branch of the Westminster International University in Tashkent in Uzbekistan, and hence, as I said, we have a very important links with the overseas institutions, with overseas countries, and particularly, as you can see, the Silk Road. The university is organized into 3 colleges, 12 schools, and Professor Andrew Lin is the head of one of the colleges of liberal arts and sciences, and Professor Brendan Noble is leading the School of Life Sciences, to which I belong. And we have also about 65 departments and centers. We have the Communication and Media Research Institute, the Center for Study of Democracy. We have also the Policy Study Institute, Business School, and Law School. Now, it's a big university, as I said, really very popular among the students, postgraduates as well as undergraduates. We have the whole range of alumni, which include a Nobel laureate in medicine, the inventor of the cordite, the heads of states, politicians, mayors, as I know, singers and pop culture representatives, yes, BAFTA and Oscar-winning filmmakers. But the very important thing, which is close to my heart personally, is that the University of Westminster twice has achieved the top prize from which is the Higher Education Times Higher Education Award, as the International University of the Year. And one of these prizes were actually, and awards were awarded to our work in the Southern Caucasus, which included the 3 countries, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, now a part of the Silk Road. And we topped all the universities in 2012, where we received this award for restructuring higher education in these countries. So I hope that this tradition international cooperation in both science and in education will continue. Really, we are, I'm sure, open for more ideas, for interesting interesting projects. Over to Tamara Dragadze to introduce our next speaker, but please, the Professors Lynn, Brendan, and Professor Roland, please do join us at any time during the webinar, and you will have a chance, of course, to greet the attendees. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nina. That was good. As I explained, the technology of the University of Westminster's webinar is, of course, something else. However, I have huge honour to introduce His Excellency, the British Ambassador to Georgia, His Excellency Mark Clayton, who has only just taken on the job, I hear. So we're extremely grateful to have you here, and I look forward to hearing what you have to say for the first time. Thank you.
So first of all, I hope that you can all see me and hear me clearly, and it's good to see that other people have just as many technological challenges as we do here in the British Embassy at times. It really is a great honour for me to be able to speak to you today, although clearly I have big shoes to fill, following on from the President, Minister of Education and everyone else. I'm aware that we are a little bit behind schedule, so I will be brief, but give a quick overview of where we are in terms of the UK's relationship with Georgia and also the impact that COVID has had on that. I think the first thing that I would say is the UK's relations with Georgia are second to none in this region, but also really more generally. We have an incredibly strong partnership that reflects the UK's long-standing support to Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity over many years. That's partly because, of course, of Georgia's significance and importance for the long-term security, stability and prosperity of Europe and the UK, but it's also a reflection of the remarkable progress that Georgia has made in its reform and its integration into Euro-Atlantic structures. Domestically, Georgia has come along huge strides, and I'm sure participants in the first one of these events back in 1987 would not recognise the distance that Georgia has travelled. But it's also a reflection of the real contributions that Georgia makes to the UK's own national security. So certainly when I look at our relationship in the round, when I work with our partners in the government of Georgia and beyond, I really feel that this is a relationship that is based on common values, common interests, and we have a strong partnership going forward. I'm really pleased to say that although COVID had changed some elements of that relationship, actually the strength of the partnership is such that very important elements of that relationship have remained unchanged. So the President mentioned, and the Minister of Education also mentioned, our Wardrop Dialogue. That took place virtually a month ago, and was a really fantastic opportunity for us to take stock of the totality of the UK's relationship with Georgia. And it is really strong. We have, we discussed conflict and related issues. On that, the UK is a very strong supporter of Georgia's territorial integrity and sovereignty through traditional diplomatic means. We are a vocal supporter in the OSCE and in the UN. But we're also supporting practically on the ground. We are engaged and will be increasing our programming to support reconciliation efforts in Georgia's disputed territories. So that's a really important element of our work, and that has not changed because of COVID. I think similarly, when it comes to the defence and security relationship, again, Georgia is first among many in terms of the strength of the relationship we enjoy. That support and UK engagement happens on both NATO lines and bilaterally. And I was really pleased that very early in my time here, despite COVID, colleagues on the Georgian side, but also on the UK side, did everything they could to ensure that the UK could participate in a significant multinational military exercise. That to me was it would have been all too easy, I think, for both sides to call that exercise off and say that COVID made it too difficult. But the Georgian side showed great flexibility in some of their arrangements for the exercise, making sure that British troops could come and take part. And similarly, 130 Gurkhas went through isolation before and after their deployment to make sure they could come to Georgia and take part in a really important multinational exercise, which went some way to supporting Georgia's further integration into Euro-Atlantic structures. Next week, I'll be pleased to attend a visit by HMS Dragon, one of the Royal Navy's most modern destroyers, which will be visiting Batumi port. So there's a really strong and rich relationship on defence and security matters, which carries on. And it's certainly one of the flagship sort of elements of our relationship. But as others have mentioned, the relationship goes way beyond that. And I think although some of the people-to-people contacts have taken a hit because of COVID, some of our tourism, the British tourists are not able to travel. We have had less direct travel. I think there has been a silver cloud to COVID in that, as we've seen today, I think Tamar, you said, we have far more participants from Georgia in the Georgian Studies Day than we ever would have had this event been taken physically in London. So in some respects, we are gaining, or we are finding a benefit in the changes that have been forced upon all of us. For me, it's very important that the other elements of our relationship continue during COVID and beyond. We have extensive programs on governance. The public administration reform program that we're supporting with the Georgian government continues and has flexed to adapt to COVID. We're looking at a next phase of that, and hopefully we'll roll out from central government to more regional authorities. Right now, we are working very closely across the political spectrum in support of free and fair elections. Those are going to be really important for Georgia's future. And again, it's an indication of how all sides have flexed their approach in and around COVID to deliver on our key objectives. So we are a strong supporter of an independent monitoring mission. We're really grateful to the Georgian government for all the flexibility that it has shown in supporting observers to arrive and take part in that observation mission. And the UK likewise is pleased to be well represented in the mission. So there's lots of good stuff going on there. And again, on the trade and prosperity side, we had a real increase in trade last year, up 41%, which is fantastic news. And despite COVID, I think we have shown confidence in Georgia's economic prospects. We've expanded the export credit finance from 500 million up to £2 billion this year. So the challenge for me is to work with Georgian partners to make sure we maximise the opportunity that provides. We have continued our support for people-to-people engagement through the work that the British Council are doing. Vocational training, English language training continues. It has changed and adjusted to virtual means of teaching, but the important thing is it continues, and Georgian nationals and people here are gaining the best that the UK has got to offer in terms of English language training. And that for me is really important because it's an investment in the future and an investment in Georgia's next generation. And it's certainly something I want to pick up and expand in my time here. I think looking to the future, just to draw to a close, I think COVID clearly will have an impact. I suspect we'll be under some form of restrictions for some time to come. but we are changing what we do, adapting, and making sure that the core things that we hold dear are able to continue to happen in the new environment. I'm particularly keen that there is a big, there are big opportunities, I think, to build back better. I think that's Joe Biden's campaign program, but I think we've certainly been using it for some time already in the UK. And there are opportunities in a green recovery that we're looking forward to exploring with Georgian partners. And generally, I think the partnership has held strong, and that's a really positive thing. I will stop there because I've probably taken longer than I should, and we are a little bit behind time, but I'm really pleased to be part of this. I think the Georgian Studies Day is a really excellent example of the strength of our relationship on all levels and in all areas, and I'm really pleased and honoured to have been invited to take part. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador. For many of us, our personal lives have been affected badly by COVID, not being able to see our loved ones. And it's just lovely to know that out there globally, there is good news. And that I'm very appreciative of, that you gave us this kind of optimism, and that there is a silver lining to every cloud. Now I'm going to come to something really good. We have Her Excellency, the Georgian Ambassador to the UK, Her Excellency Sophie Katsarava, because she is making her maiden speech in the Georgian Studies Day, of which I hope there will be many in the coming years. She arrived in the midst of COVID in this country, and within weeks, we co-conveners were knocking on her door saying, whatever, we've got to have our Georgian Studies Day. And she has been an extremely great help to us all. And what's more is that she's going to talk about Georgia. And I hand over to Peter to put her in touch with us. I hope the technology works. Please be patient.
We can hear you.
Hello, good morning, dear guests. You can hear me, but you cannot see me, I guess, but I will go ahead. The Georgian Studies Days event this year is special for 3 reasons, as Dr. Tamara Dragadze also mentioned in her opening remarks. For the first time ever since the launch of Georgian Studies Days, the President of Georgia has taken part in this important event and addressed the audience, and it is held virtually for obvious reasons. And third, the theme is dedicated to the pandemic, something that we do not deal with every day and that requires enormous energy, resource and resilience to brace it and to level with it. I would have wished we didn't speak about the pandemic at all, but all of us, the whole world, has been going through tough and challenging times with new realities emerging. I take this opportunity and would like to, first of all, thank the team at the University of Westminster, especially Professor Brendan Noble, for hosting the event virtually, and special thanks to conveners, Dr. Tamara Dragadze, Professor Peter Lydiard, and Dr. Nina Porakishvili. I thank all distinguished speakers and participants for your engagement and contribution. This event is specifically about Georgia's experience of the pandemic. We do have a lot to say. I think Georgia has surprised many by its deft handling of the COVID-19 crisis, especially in the most uncertain times. A lot of people have been watching Georgia and wondering, how did we get it right? It was a very intense period, and what really determined Georgia's success is that the government took some difficult and tough decisions very early on. The government also convinced the public that we needed to demonstrate collective responsibility in the first place to protect the most valuable asset, public health. The extensive communication and coordination internally and externally was yet another vital step which has determined good management of the pandemic and understanding of developments amongst the public and amongst our international partners. According to a very recent report by Freedom House, the government of Georgia has been widely commended among the population for imposing strict but transparent measures to tackle the pandemic. These cases are a reminder that any country can take steps to manage health risks while respecting human rights. And last but not least, a key factor of success is listening to experts. One of the speakers at today's event is Dr. Amiran Gamkrelidze. I do not think any word of appreciation would illustrate the extent of gratitude that each and every citizen of Georgia feels towards him and his colleagues. This is an opportunity for me to thank you personally, Dr. Amiran. Georgia's successful handling of COVID-19 was important for two reasons, in my view. It has helped the people around the world to associate Georgia's name with the success story. This is clearly important for the long-term image of Georgia, because too often the layman's knowledge of Georgia is linked to the 2008 war. The successful handling of COVID shows us for what we really are, a modern nation state with a competent and well-organized democratic leadership. The low level of COVID cases also shows Georgia to be a safe destination, improving our opportunities to welcome more tourists and other visitors beyond the pandemic. Second, no less important, is the fact that the country has proved to be extremely resilient. For a country like Georgia, with its pressing external threats and challenges, resilience is vital. Georgia has once again demonstrated that in the times of crisis, institutions work efficiently, are coordinated, and have a plan even in most uncertain times. So where do we stand now? There is no time to be complacent, and there is no such intention either. The government is focused on the economic recovery plan, which is equally important these days as everything else that I mentioned above. Georgia, like any other country, had at some point to sacrifice some potential for economic growth in order to get this crisis under control and protect public health. The government recognized early on this threat posed to the short-term economic growth. We introduced an anti-crisis plan to mitigate the impact of both the pandemic and of the lockdown measures. Tourism and agriculture sectors in particular will be provided with substantial support. The goal of the government's anti-crisis plan was to retain jobs, support socially vulnerable groups, and provide resilience to those who were badly hit by the pandemic. We are not overconfident about the future recovery plan, but nor we do see it all doom and gloom. There is a realistic perception, and measures are being undertaken to provide all support possible. At the same time, the government is focused on promoting Georgia as a winning FDI destination. The government keeps working closely with international donor organizations, experts, to ensure the further stable recovery from the COVID-19 implications. The international community has always played an important role in relation to Georgia. Today, despite the restrictions and obstacles imposed by the pandemic, we have continued to maintain close cooperation with all our partners across the board, be it EU, NATO, UN, and our strategic partners such as the UK and the US. The pandemic has shown the negative consequences of instability caused by external actors. But viruses are not the only source of instability. From cybersecurity to hybrid warfare to disinformation, the threats are many. The Georgian government has numerously demonstrated its full commitment to Euro-Atlantic integration, and this path will remain firm no matter the circumstances. Free and fair parliamentary elections will be held in Georgia at the end of this month. Multiple international observer teams will be proactively invited by the government to witness and report on the election. The COVID pandemic has naturally made this process extremely difficult, but the government takes extremely seriously its responsibility to ensure free, fair, and internationally observed elections. So I should definitely now touch upon the relations between Georgia and the United Kingdom, as both countries are united by shared values and common interests. Over the past decades, the broader relationship between the UK and Georgia has advanced on all fronts. Defense and security cooperation, as the British ambassador has just mentioned, has increased, including through Georgia's participation in core NATO missions in Afghanistan. UK has continued to provide generous support for the Georgian government's efforts to reduce poverty and widen access to education. And politically, the UK has been a strong supporter of Georgia's independence and territorial integrity in the face of Russian aggression and disinformation. Our bilateral relations have been kept on the extremely exemplary level during the COVID-19 pandemic. I especially would like to mention the cooperation and consolidation during the pandemic, particularly the Global Vaccine Summit hosted by the British Prime Minister in June, where Georgian Prime Minister took part along the world leaders from 16 countries. Georgia was the only country in the region who took part in the summit, and as a successful example of fighting the COVID-19 pandemic, has contributed to the global health agenda. Another very good example of our strong strategic partnership is the very fact that despite the challenging times we're facing today, we have managed to hold the 7th round of the UK-Georgia Wardrobe Strategic Dialogue this September, virtually, but extremely fruitful discussion with lots of ideas to follow up in future. The Wardrobe Strategic Dialogue represents the main platform for pursuing strategic political, defense, economic and cultural ties, which was held on the ministerial level despite the pandemic. The UK's trade and investment relationship with Georgia continues to prosper, and I'm confident this will grow further post-COVID. Despite it, the UK remains the largest investor in Georgia. So Georgia was the first European nation to sign a post-Brexit trade agreement with the United Kingdom, and this landmark agreement comes into force on the 1st of January 2021, and we will ensure a seamless transition of free trade in goods and services and create a solid basis for shaping and expanding our sectoral cooperation. We share the deep, vibrant and fruitful cooperation in educational, science and cultural spheres, which undoubtedly provides tangible outcomes and benefits for the population. We stand ready to push this cooperation even further. I strongly believe that we are now entering a new era in our relationship. Georgia fully welcomes the opportunity for the UK's government vision for a truly global Britain provided by new realities after Brexit. We are excited to continue to work together with our strategic allies and boost our partnership in all dimensions. Wish you a very fruitful and productive discussion, and I really hope that next year it will not be held virtually and we'll be able to meet together and get together and to continue discussions in this important format. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. To explain to the audience, our ambassador is in Gibraltar, and so obviously to actually have heard her voice is already something. Now I hand over to Professor Nina Porakishvili, who's going to introduce our star.
Hello, and great to see you again, or rather you are seeing me. So first of all, I would like to make this very important link to the next presenter, Professor Amiran Gamkrelidze. Here in this country, of course, we are experiencing serious problems with the COVID pandemic, and I must say that I was impressed how the University of Westminster is dealing with this situation, which is, of course, led by Peter Bolton, our Vice Chancellor. So, for me, from here, from the UK, Professor Amiran Gamkrelidze is one of the leaders of this amazing model of the management of COVID in the country, and as Her Excellency Sofia Katsarava mentioned, he is really leading an amazing group of people who are dealing and managing the pandemic in Georgia. He is Director General of the National Center for Disease Control and Public Health. However, he is also a world-renowned allergologist and immunologist. And he was the WHO representative for quite a while in Georgia, and for many years, Minister of Health. So this is a person who holds in his hands all the strings of management of pandemic in Georgia. So with great pleasure, I would pass over to Professor Amiran Gamkrelidze.
And he's very much appreciated by the public. Because
thank you very much, dear Nina, for a nice introduction. It's my pleasure. And I'd like to greet Felicity, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, honorable colleagues, partners in London and outside London. I'd like to express my gratitude.
They couldn't see you.
No, because technically, apparently, such a lovely background.
First of all, of course, Ms. Tamara, the traditional organizer this very important events in London, the Georgian Studies Day. It's my pleasure to participate in this event second time after, I think, 4 or 3 years ago, I was in London and presented the Georgian public health achievements and the challenges as well, and underline how for us it's important to have a close collaboration with our British colleagues, and I'm so pleased to have a very strong collaboration with the Public Health England, with the British Medical Journal Society, and many in British and in the universities as well. And I am honored to have close friendship and relation with the Professor Nina Purakishvili as Professor Peter Lidiat several years. It's very important that this, the major topic of this Georgian study days is dedicated to the significant current issue of the modern world, COVID-19 pandemics as a big global health challenge. Georgia is a part of globe, and the pandemic also affects my country, of course. We have our own experience in suspension of the epidemic until the end of August and beginning of September. Epidemic until the end of August and the beginning of September in Georgia was quite low. All together, since the first confirmed cases in February 26, at the beginning of September, we had only 1,500 confirmed cases and only 19 deaths. And this, in that time, was the lowest figure in Europe, as well as an incidence rate. But unfortunately, as globally, as you know, since September, and also in all in European countries, is radical increase of infection, and as well, unfortunately, in my country. And it was linked to only one region in my country until today, Achara region. By overall, what's Achara? You know, I think the mostly Georgians, this is the most beautiful and nice place on the Black Sea coast in Georgia, and seaside resorts, and that's why in autumn we had very high mobility in this region of Georgia. Half of Georgians have been in Achara, and unfortunately the citizens believed when Georgia was so successful in the combat to COVID-19 that they believed that the pandemic is ended. And we overcame already the barriers, therefore neglected to follow the safety regulations, what the public health system has always declared, that the pandemic is not over. Pandemic and the virus lives with us. We have to learn how to live with virus, etc., etc. In next 20 minutes, let me introduce very briefly what we have done, what we are doing currently, and what we are planning to do in future. This will be short my presentation. Every morning, NCDC, our National Center for Disease Control and Public Health, publish like this, the figures. These are the figures from yesterday, 9 a.m. We have already 9,753 confirmed cases, but for today, we have to add 472 more. So yesterday morning, we had 508 new cases, and 72% out of this have been from Ajara, the cases. Active cases, 4,430, which means the active cases, means that the patients who are in the hospitals, in the so-called the COVID hotels, we have this our innovation in Georgia, who cannot stay in self-isolation. It means who had not the possibility to stay in self-isolation. The government offers the so-called the COVID hotels with, the health monitoring and in self-isolation. It means under the health monitoring at home. Recovered 54%, and we had yesterday 62 deaths. These are the general figures. The positivity rate of PCR is 1.4% for today, general positivity rate, and we are doing 100,000, around 18,000, around 19,000 PCR tests in the country. With this indicator, we are somewhere in the middle of the European Union, among the European Union countries. Among all the cases, 87% in Georgia are mild and moderate cases. Severe, we have 11%, and critical are 2%. In Ajara, we started at the beginning of the pandemic. All cases have been treated in hospital because the number of cases have been low, but currently we are doing as in all other countries, the mild and moderate cases are treated at home or in COVID hotels. Here is the dynamic of confirmed cases. As you see, for today, 51% comes now cases from Ajara, 22% of unfortunately now increased cases as well in Tbilisi and Imereti. These three regions are more affected for today. But currently, the cases we have in all regions, more or less in all regions of Georgia. You see here the Georgian map, and more, in dark color we have the Ajara, where the incidence rate last 7 days we have 74 for per 100,000 population, and this is we are monitoring 7 days medium, 14 days medium, as well 14 days cumulative incidence, which for the epidemiologists are known the indicators. On the European map, we are somewhere now in the median with affected countries. This is the classification of European CDC. The range where Georgia is between 60 and 119, but for today, of course, this is more than 119. Overall, in Georgia, why Georgia was considered sometimes as a successful country until I'm underlying until today, because still we have one of the lowest absolute figure in Europe, because from my point of view, effective containment strategy, limited spread of COVID-19 in Georgia by the yearly, timely and multi-sectoral response, which was coordinated by the coordination board headed by Prime Minister of Georgia, Mr. Georgian, and all line ministries, and of course as well the National Center for Disease Control. We are the member of this board, and the meeting of the coordination board starts with the presentation of epic situation in the country by NCDC. And now the major figures are the recoveries. We have 54% until end of the August. This figure was 82%, and fatality rate is 0.6%, which is still lowest in Europe. The mortality or fatality rate is still lowest in Georgia. Containment stage, which was from February until May, means that the virus, the rationale was that the virus was novel and the limited was the information and evidence everywhere, including my country. Healthcare capacity, unfortunately, in Georgia is in comparison with Western European countries, of course, are very much limited. Global market demand for the medical supply and resources was at the beginning, and totally only 4 laboratories in Georgia has capacity to test, to make the PCR testing at the beginning. Currently, the max, and in that time, maximum incidence was between 1528, and daily incidence was only 0.91. Low case fatality rate was that time as well, and green country, status of great country Georgia had, and was a window of opportunity to prepare as much as possible for the second wave. Currently, we have so-called the adaptation strategy, adaptation stage, what we started at the end of April, after the restriction measures, and the government has started the relaxation of and to go back to the normal life step by step, and government has presented so-called the 6-step strategy. And this, I mean, the adaptation stage means that rapid detection and localization of infection and outbreaks, new model of clinical management, it means the hybrid model of management, and rapid adaptation to a so-called the new normal life. And lessons learned from this are mostly, from my point of view, the hybrid strategy that we are using: test, trace, isolate, and treat, and thinking alongside our winding up restrictive measures in a controlled manner. This is mostly, I mean, so-called the hybrid approach what we are using. Learn to live with the COVID-19. This is major slogan now for Georgia, that we have to learn how to live with COVID, because COVID will go in 1 month or 2 or 3 months. I guess we will live with COVID at least 1 year more or 1.5 years more, and this we call the adaptation to the new, I mean, the new reality. Local lockdowns and special adaptation measures for the population with a high risk, and state and equal engagement of civil society, state, and employers here. Each, I mean, out of these 3 pillars have their own responsibility how to react to the COVID outbreaks in the country. Here, I will not describe this slide. This is standing operation procedure of tracing suspected COVID-19. When it's suspected, we are doing PCR. In 48 hours should be the result. The COVID negatives are moving to the self-monitoring and observation, and the COVID positives are they have the different line how to go further. The countrywide lab exists in the country where all the results of lab investigation are collected, and this is managed by our National Center for Disease Control, and starts the contact tracing by public health officers everywhere in the country. In all municipalities, we have public health offices which are cooperating with NCDC as I mean the head office, but they are not under NCDC, they are under the local government. Asymptomatic or mild cases are staying at home for the health monitoring, and the primary healthcare physician nations are looking for the health of this kind of population, and this we are monitoring through also our hotline 112, and of course the severe cases are going to the hospital and they are getting the hospital treatment. This is the general. This is our page, how was developed everything in the country, and on the different stages of COVID epidemic development was different. I mean, in interventions. We started with suspension of the education process in the end of in the middle of March. Then state of emergency was declared middle of March in the country. Lockdown in 2 municipalities, Bolnici and Marneuli, and then we went to the total quarantine in the country. And this quarantine was until the quarantine was until end of the April, but state of emergency was until middle of May in the country. Then end of April, and the 27th of April, we started the lifting step by step the restriction. In middle of June, we have reopened the domestic tourists. Then since July, we reopened some flights with the European countries, and step by step, we are now not introducing, besides that we have more infection now, we are not introducing the very strong restrictive measures. Our policy is in line with the general health policy, global health policy, that we have to live together with COVID. The rapid detection, the rapid investigation of the close contacts, isolation, in self-isolation, or in quarantines, so-called the hotel quarantines, and then who needs severe cases, the hospital admission and treatment, we are treating them in hospitals. As you know, the testing is one of the major issue for the prevention and the rapid detection. And you see here our daily, the dynamics of PCR testing. In September, we reached 9,100, which is for Georgia quite a high number. It means that we are doing around 9,000. This is average PCR tests per day, which is also the European average. We are somewhere in the middle of the EU countries regarding this. Altogether, we did around 700,000 PCR tests in the country, and additionally 360,000 rapid antigen-based or antibody-based tests in the country. PCR testing positivity rate, as I mentioned, generally is average is 1.4%. We have a list of priority persons in the country, which is determined by the law, who should be tested. These are persons under the standard case definition, contacts persons, patients, and medical personnel, which are on the front line of the epidemic. Any patients with the diagnosed pneumonia or fever in all, the hospitals, emergency medical personnel, etc., etc. You see here the list of the groups who are under the PCR testing as a mandatory. Once a week, some my colleagues are tested once a week, some my colleagues once in 2 weeks, and generally the risk groups are tested once in 2 weeks. Here, as you see, the PCR testing per 100,000 population in high affected currently country, including China and Georgia is somewhere in middle. We are above France, Netherlands, Romania, Turkey, China, etc., but below the Italy, Germany, Saudi Arabia, USA, etc. per PCR tests per 100,000. These are also the dynamic of the rapid tests. As I mentioned, we are doing rapid antigen-based tests and antibody-based tests for several groups of populations. And the average here, we have a daily average 1,600. These are the age groups. The infection is more concentrated in age group 30-59, and the 42% affected are males, and females are much more. 58% we have here the females, and the median age median age is 43. The lowest what we have is the 9 months, and the maximum was 90 years. Moda somewhere 52. We are very close collaboration with the Health Metric Institute of in Washington, in Seattle, and they are doing some forecast for us as well as some assessment for Georgia. This is the assessment for the last 10 days before, and mobility here is decreased by 10%, and we need more, of course, now, and particularly in Achara mobility we have decreased much more now. Use of masks we have 64%, and target is 95%. As you know, the masks are most effective, and forecast which was done 2 weeks ago, and this is not now really real data. We are waiting from IFME next forecast for Georgia, which will be much, I mean, much worse than was two weeks before. We are doing a lot of, I mean, the health promotion in the country on Georgian language. You see here many, I mean, the brochures and pamphlets, etc., which we are distributing everywhere in transport, and we are very active in the mass media or in social campaigns, and here NCDC, of course, plays significant roles. We are doing and publishing once in 2 months or 1.5 months novel coronavirus situation in Georgian. We have now 4th edition in Georgia, and maybe in 2 weeks we will in Georgian, and in 2 weeks this will be translated into English as well, and these are on our website. Here you see next 5 slides, and of course these slides you can have. This is like the action taken in Georgia in terms of novel coronavirus prior to the first confirmed cases. What we did, we started the preparation process in the beginning, middle of the January, and already in 28th of January was created the special board and special, I mean, the program for the response of COVID challenges. This was months before the first case. Actually, the preparation process we started middle of January. Then action taken in Georgia after the first confirmed case, which was in 26th of January, of February. It was imported case from Iran, and we very timely have closed the flight from China, from Iran, and then after from Italy and Europe as well. Action taken in Georgia in terms of fighting the novel coronavirus infection after the confirmation of the first case. This is, I mean, the continuation of the process. Also, after relaxing, when we started the relaxing measure, end of April, and action taken in Georgia of after the it's the same, and action taking after the same what we did in August and September. And here we, in August, we have prepared July-August development plan for healthcare sector capacity enhancement and emergency preparedness plan for COVID-19 response based on 5 major principles: prioritizing the civil engagement and their demand, evidence-based decision, equity and equality, transparency, and multi-sectoral coordination. And this plan consists 7 major, I mean, the tasks. First of all, this is enhancement of the public health system in the country, strengthening the epic surveillance in the country, because we are learning a lot from our experience and from the experience with different countries. We had a lot of webinars with different countries, with China, Germany, South Korea, US, and with Public Health England. This, of course, we are learning a lot of, and we are sharing also our experience to others. Strengthening of lab capacity, which is very important. We had at the beginning only 1, then 4 labs, and currently we have in the country 26 labs doing PCR, this 9,000 tests per day. Enhancement of primary healthcare system, which is now the basic one for the competing with the epidemic in the country. The primary healthcare physicians, there are 3,000 in the country. They are trained in summary, and the continuous medical education is ongoing still, and they are on the first line how to monitor and how to manage the mild and asymptomatic patients at home or in COVID hotels. Mobilization, of course, enhancement of the hospital sector, which is crucial to purchase the additional, the respirators and other supply. Which now we have until today, we have not the lack of the hospital beds in the country. Many hospitals are reorganized as COVID hospitals in the country, and currently 5,000 beds are ready. For today, I think around 1,500 beds are only used. Mobilization, training, and administration of necessary human resources, which is most important, and health promotion, risk communication, and improve the awareness in the country. And of course, we have long-term tasks, because not only we, I guess the globe and all countries has learned a lot from the COVID pandemic, because now, as you know, the deaths caused by COVID already is more than 1 million. It means COVID now is already in between of the 3 major infection killers, like the TB, HIV, hepatitis, or the malaria. The COVID caused more now deaths than the malaria, than even the HIV/AIDS, and is less than, until today, is less than tuberculosis or globally, tuberculosis or hepatitis B and C. That's why we have to think about our long-term tasks, because COVID will be not finished and end in this year or the middle of next year. That's why we should have a long-term tasks, and we have identified these tasks: reform of the public health care system in the country, and to adopt this public health system to that needs what are currently identified. The challenges and we have to build two new so-called BSL 2 labs additional. We have currently under NCDC 9 labs. Continued quality assurance system for labs. Continue medical education for medical doctors, nurses, lab personnel. Integration of artificial intelligence in Georgian healthcare sector more. Legal support of healthcare system for resilient preparedness and rapid response, and continuous infection control and legal support of reflected in the national law and bylaws. It is most important how we will continue with infection control, because, as you know, in all countries, including Georgia, unfortunately, my colleagues, the medical personnel, are more affected. And I will end with my 2 slogans. No one is safe until everyone is safe. This slogan I took from my one colleague. And learn to live with COVID-19. We have to repeat many times that we have to learn how to live with COVID-19. Not to stop again the economy, not to stop, the general, our life, and we have to live long with COVID-19 until the vaccine will be ready and the majority of the population will be vaccinated. All direct acting anti-COVID drug will be implemented in our medical life. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amiran, for a super lecture. It was very inspiring. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I would like to to welcome you all. I haven't spoken before. I'm Peter Lydiard, and I welcome you all from different parts of the world, actually. So it's good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to wherever you are. So I just want to say to Amiran, if he could be around to take some questions. There are some for him already. There is a box, just to remind everybody, there is a box on the right-hand side to ask your questions. But could you please make sure that the person who the question is addressed to should be will be put down, because then we can direct the questions to the right people. And as I said, there are already some, I think, for Amiran in the box. It is my great pleasure to introduce now Professor Adrian Hayday. If he can come on to the screen. Yes, I'd like to introduce Professor Adrian Hayday. Adrian is the chair in the Department of Immunobiology at King's College London and a group leader at the Francis Crick Institute in the UK. He was made a Fellow of the Royal Society in 2016, and he's actively working on COVID. So over to you, Adrian.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Peter?
Yes, it's absolutely fine. Thank you.
And can you see that screen?
No, I'm sending a request for you to put the webcam on.
Okay.
Hang on a second. You should be able to do that now.
Can you see that now?
Yes, I can see it perfectly, but you're not on the screen. That's fine. Okay.
Okay. Right. I will. Well, it's a pleasure to be invited to contribute to this Georgian Studies Day. The context for this is, of course, a mixed one, and I wish I could talk of success stories of the kind that Professor Gamkrelidze just spoke to us about. But of course, as you know, the situation in the United Kingdom has been difficult. And what I would like to talk about today is the importance of research and the importance of collaborative research in trying to deal with major international global problems exemplified by COVID-19. But I would suggest not limited to COVID-19. So this infection, initially recognized as an acute respiratory distress infection, of course, had significant implications. This is a photograph that I took in April on the London Underground. It's 16 minutes past 5 o'clock in the evening. Normally, this would be what we call the rush hour. It would be completely packed, and you can see that it absolutely isn't. This is the Francis Crick Institute, which is where I'm sitting right now. It is an extremely busy and hectic place, and you can see it's late morning, and there's a single researcher here. This is Dr. Dan Davis, who works with us. He's actually coming to collect blood. So this infection had an absolutely transformative effect on the world. Now, what I'm trying to do is to, there we go, yeah. So when this all emerged, obviously here we sit in London with extremely sophisticated and well-resourced capabilities to examine the human immune system. So there was undoubtedly a noblesse oblige to cease what we were doing and to look very seriously at how we might be able to contribute. And as we thought about that, it became clear very early that there's something rather striking about this infection, which is that probably for somewhere around 75% or maybe even 80% of people who will be infected, there really doesn't seem to be a major threat. They remain asymptomatic, or they have very few symptoms, and they probably develop immunity, as we will discuss in a moment. About 20% of individuals will get sick and get hospitalized. That's obviously a threat. But the real threat lies in the potential for that disease to become life-threatening very quickly, leading to fatality rates which may be very low in Georgia, but globally have probably come in at around 2.5% to 5%, meaning, of course, now that globally there has been approximately 1 million deaths. But what this tells you is the virus itself is not a threat, because most people will deal with it just fine. It's the disease that is the threat. And in some ways, this is rather akin to tuberculosis, with which most people can live perfectly asymptomatically. So because of this, our hypothesis was that if we could better understand the disease, COVID-19, we could improve patient management and thereby reduce the threat to global stability and global normality. So with this rationale and our commitment to noblesse oblige, we summoned 3 key components. First off, we had capacity. Over the past decade, we have been learning how to measure human immune responses, in particular, for example, to the vaccination with pandemic swine flu, which was, of course, the last major pandemic that the Western world really became concerned about. The second component were great collaborators in academic health science centres, such as we have here at King's College London and Guy's and St Thomas's NHS hospitals. We have clinicians with very keen research skills and insight, and 2 of the key collaborators in our study are listed here. And the third thing is commitment to bringing very high quality, very stringently controlled research rapidly to public good. And this is a picture of 2 of our postdocs, Miguel Munoz-Ruiz and Leticia Monin, who came to London to study cancer immune surveillance, nothing to do, we think, with COVID-19, but who very rapidly dropped what they were doing, trained in containment facilities, and set to work along with many of their colleagues. So summoning capacity, collaborators, and commitment, what did we begin to find? Well, the first thing to discuss is there are many theories as to why certain individuals get particularly sick. So we began to look at our patients in the hospital and ask about some of those components. This is body mass index. It's basically related to your, obviously your weight to general physique ratio, and over 30 is regarded as obese. And you see, for example, here, examples of obese patients who indeed are getting severe disease. But you also have severe disease in individuals who have perfectly healthy, in fact, almost enviable BMI. It has been recognized that there is increased prevalence of severe disease in Black and minority ethnic populations. But here are individuals of Black and ethnic minority ethnicity with hypertension and with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and yet only suffering very mild disease. So although these are clearly risk factors, the statistics tells us this, there's more going on. And the one that is very striking is age. This is an indication of how the fatality ratio increases as you go from your late 40s into your early 50s. Not the greatest news, I realize, for a number of individuals who are with us today. Now, in our lab, we're not simply interested in age, we're interested in immunological age, because of course your immune system ages in parallel, but not necessarily perfectly in line with your biological age. And as you get older, you can get less good at making immune responses. We call these immunodeficiencies. or your immune system can kind of lose control. It would be like driving a powerful car, but only touching the steering wheel occasionally. So things can go severely wrong. Dysregulation, immunopathology. And there's another interesting aspect about the immune system in humans, which is that actually your immune system is really only fresh in the first 30 years of life. And thereafter, you have to rely on your immunological memory of things that you've seen before. So these are components that we thought were worth looking into to begin to try to understand this disease a bit better. So this is a somewhat arid slide, but I just want to show you that we put a lot of thought into the analysis and the different individual human subjects that we would subject to a fairly deep drilling, high throughput, high content analysis of their immune system as reflected in peripheral blood. So we've got healthy controls, we've got seemingly healthy people who were exposed to the virus but were largely asymptomatic. And then we've got a series of individuals who were hospital treated for COVID-19 with either low, moderate, or severe disease. And then we have people with moderate to severe disease of the lung, but for other reasons than for SARS-CoV-2. So there's no need to worry about this detail now. Suffice it to say that when we put all of the results together, we can essentially feed these into a computer, and we can ask the computer where the immune systems of these individuals lie. And what you can see here is that almost without exception, the yellow dots are segregating away from the blue dots. The yellow dots are the hospitalized COVID patients. The blue dots are healthy individuals that had either seen or not seen the virus. So what this tells us right away is that individuals who are in hospital are not there because they're not making an immune response. There is clearly an immunological signature of COVID-19. And for those aficionados, there is a website in which we've put all of this information and actually added additional commentaries about why you can study COVID-19 in a productive way. And in fact, we've uploaded all of the data for anyone to examine to their heart's content. Now, again, I'm not going to go through this in detail. Subsequently to making all of our data publicly available to the world, the work was written up as an article in Nature Medicine. So again, it's all accessible. But let me just summarize a few things. This immunological signature provides ample evidence of immunoprotective responses. So in these individuals in hospital, the immune system is working away, coming up with mechanisms to tackle the virus. And there are some specialized cell types here that do this. But in addition, I'm referring to antibodies. Pretty much everybody made antibodies. These are called IgG, for example, here. And these are the things which are highly present in the blood of COVID-19 patients relative to controls. The other thing they have is very strong T cell responses. You hear a lot of people talking about T cell responses, and there they are. Now, we don't know which of these components is the most protective, but what we can suggest to you is that most infected people will develop good immunity and will be immune. How long that will last is an issue I will get back to shortly. The natural infection drives this multi-component response, and so any vaccine should be designed to provoke a multi-component response. Again, I'll return to that shortly. However, I already mentioned to you that the immune system can, on occasions, get somewhat out of control. And we notice very high levels of some chemicals, such as IP10 and IL-6, that should not be sustained in the blood at these high levels if an infection is ordinarily under control. We noticed the drop in the bloodstream of some very interesting cells, basophils, and cells we call plasmacytoid DC. Please don't worry about these for the moment. The implications of this are what matters and what we'll talk about on the next slide. And along with the activation of the T cells, there was a massive depletion of these T cells. It was as if they were getting so active that they just completely exhausted themselves and thereby were unable to sustain T cell protection. So critically, any vaccine should avoid inducing these components of pathology. So we should measure these things in individuals who receive the vaccine and then receive challenge. But this isn't just about vaccines. As I mentioned before, if we could actually control and manage this disease, frankly, we wouldn't need a vaccine, although a vaccine is a good thing to have. So as an example of how these things help us, T cell depletion patterns were very much like ones that were seen with sepsis, for which a drug called interleukin-7 that boosts T cell responses had just been approved by the regulatory authorities, and therefore we were able to deploy it very quickly, in fact on May the 22nd, into COVID-19 patients in St. Thomas's Hospital. Basophils are associated with limiting blood clotting and coagulation. So it is possible that their depletion can help us understand the very high frequency of vascular disease that is associated with COVID-19. And interestingly, this upregulated molecules IL-6, IP-10, and IL-10, which I briefly mentioned, may help us with disease management. Let me show you how. When a patient comes in, the most important thing for the doctor to know as quickly as possible is, are they going to improve quickly, stabilize, or get worse? And there is a measure, a clinical measure called CRP that's taken in the clinical ward pretty much any time you get hospitalized for anything, where the low levels indicate on day one that people are most likely to improve. But actually, statistically, CRP is really not a great marker of this. But by contrast, the immunological measures such as IP-10 and IL-6 prove to be much better measures indicating whether or not the patients were likely to improve quickly, stabilize, or worsen. And the reason that's important, as you know, is something you haven't experienced in Tbilisi, and hopefully you won't experience in Tbilisi, but in many places in the world, for example, Madrid, right now we are again experiencing massive pressure on hospital beds. And IP-10 on day one, when people were first admitted to hospital, actually proved to be the best predictor of actually how long people were going to stay in hospital. So if you can predict that someone will not need to stay long in hospital, it means so long as there is good home care, indeed, as Professor Gamkrelidze was speaking about in his talk, you can send them home with a moderate amount of confidence. It's the individuals with higher levels most likely to need longer hospitalization that you should reserve the resources for. So finally, I mentioned about age. Have we found patterns that are very specific to age? We are beginning to find those patterns, suggesting that the immune responses in individuals above 50 do have some odd properties. And this again reflects collaboration, this time with industry, with the Roche pharmaceutical company, actually with their California division, where we are looking at what we call the sequences of antibodies and the sequences of antigen-specific T cells that respond to SARS-CoV-2 virus and how those seem to be different in older people. Now, to finish up, let's just then touch upon the implications. So will there be a vaccine? For sure, there's going to be a vaccine. President Trump has assured us there will be a vaccine, but other opinions than his also tell us there's going to be a vaccine. So I think for that reason, we can believe there's going to be a vaccine. Should we be optimistic? Yes, I think we should, because our experiments and others have shown that the SARS-CoV-2 virus is strongly recognized by the immune system. We call it strongly immunostimulatory, and it produces B cell, antibody responses, and T cell responses. And both of these are produced by some of the vaccines that are being developed. For example, the chimp adenovirus vaccine that is being used at Oxford. So that's encouraging. Should we have any concerns? Well, I'm afraid, yes, we should. Not all vaccines work perfectly. In fact, some very good vaccines are only efficacious in about 80% of people. 20% of the global population is a large number of people who may be left unprotected, particularly problematic when we don't know which that 20% is. The vaccine may not actually prevent infection. It may prevent spread through the body and limit disease, which will be great, but it might not actually prevent infection. Probably the best way to deliver vaccines is to the body surfaces, such as the airways, and that can be very difficult to do. What will the duration be of the vaccine? If it's only going to be about a year, and as I mentioned in a moment, it probably will be, that means we need to boost. There may need to be annual schedules of vaccination on a massive global scale, which leads to all sorts of issues about logistics and preserving these vaccines. And then, of course, as I've mentioned, could there be adverse events? So one way to learn about this is to adopt a mantra that some people have proposed called One Health, which is to consider that we are just one of many animals on the planet's surface. And in fact, 60% of human infectious diseases are what we call zoonotic. They come from other animals. Now, we don't ignore these other animals, be they farm animals or companion animals. We vaccinate them, and these are examples of viruses, coronaviruses, just like SARS-CoV-2, that have infected cattle, pigs, chickens, dogs, and cats. Now, most of the time, the vaccines that are used are what we call live attenuated or killed viruses. But these are highly complex vaccines. They seem to work very well. They promote B cells and antibodies that can, for example, even protect the fetus carried by a pregnant mother. However, there have been problems, and the most famous problem is in cats, where the feline virus led to actually a more severe disease. Now, all of the vaccine makers are aware of this, and they're looking at first signs for this. And so far, I can be optimistic and say that we don't see any signs of that in the vaccines, but there have been severe problems in the past, and it's really critical that we engage the veterinary community in thinking about vaccines to COVID-19. So my final slide is, where are we? Well, it's not completely up to date, but as of the 28th of September 2020, on a slide that I borrowed from Mike Francis, there were in preclinical development 151 vaccines. 40 vaccines are presently in clinical trial, including 10 of which are in phase 3. But actually only a minority of them are either attenuated or inactivated viral vaccines of the ones that have been most successful in animals. So it will be interesting to see whether these other approaches will be successful in the way that at least we hope the inactivated and attenuated viruses will be. So my conclusions are as follows. It is possible to undertake incisive and rapid characterization of the human immune response in health and disease, The three key components you want are capacity, collaboration, and commitment. And I encourage Professor Gamkrelidze and his colleagues to recognize that we can do this internationally as well as nationally. The findings can provide insight into immunity, into the cause of disease, disease management, and potentially for therapeutics. They may tell us why those over 50 are so susceptible, but we're not there yet, which is why we don't have a check mark. The findings clearly have implication for vaccine design and distribution. So I honestly, categorically would say that the threat of SARS-CoV-2 will be reduced in 2021 by vaccination and improved disease management. But that will rely on the triangle of trust that you've already spoken of. Finally, there are far too many people to me to think. I'm inspired by the way that colleagues have responded at all levels. If you want to find these names, I encourage you either to go to the paper that was published that I mentioned, or else you can go to that website up there and you'll find my glowing tributes to all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Hayday. That was really amazing and a very interesting presentation. I've listened to it really very attentively. And since you are now with on the screen, perhaps I will start with the questions for you first. There are several questions. I will try to combine them. One question was from let me see here, where are we? Okay, I think that question disappeared for some reason. Oh no, there is here. One question was about, from Robert Kindle. I guess that covers the point that quite a lot of pathogenicity or pathophysiology of the COVID infection, or SARS-2 rather infection, was associated with hypersensitivity. So the question is whether do you consider all of for immune blockage inhibition as therapy? And that's question number one. I guess that's about hypersensitivity, blocking it. And the second question is from Professor Peter Dels about the role of mucosal IgA. I would like to add my little bit to that, whether the natural, the asymptomatic patients perhaps have any role of the natural autoantibodies to, let's say, cross-reactive antibodies, perhaps of the IgM class. In the serum. So these are the questions which can be answered together. Then I have the third question. We have limited time, and we have Professor Gamkrelidze also some questions addressed to him.
I mean, let me just respond firstly by actually inviting Professor Gamkrelidze to give his thoughts on how you balance potentially immune suppression to reduce the sensitivity, and yet at the same time maintaining immune competence. I'm just wondering what the views are in Georgia about that.
Can you repeat please the questions to me? How we can?
What your own thoughts are about balancing immunosuppression to reduce immunopathology and hypersensitivity, but at the same time maintaining immunocompetence against what is, after all, an infectious virus disease.
Immunosuppression,
it's a very special question, of course, to my colleagues from clinics who are now using not so much, as you know, from the immunosuppression. As I know, in our protocol, we have currently only the corticosteroid dexamethasone, not other immunosuppressive we are using in our practice. From other hand, as a for the immunoprotection, we have experience, but not so much, around maybe 10, 15 cases to use the monoclonal antibodies, as well the recovery patients' plasma, but not so, I mean, the big experience in the, but as now the cases are increasing, I guess, in our central referral hospital, which is the National Infection Hospital, Infection, HIV and Clinical Immunology Hospital. They are trying now to get more experience and more cases with the monoclonal antibodies from one side. Of course, dexamethasone is used in daily practice for the severe patients and for critical, but now we are as well expecting in Georgia remdesivir as well for the treatment in frame of the WHO so-called the solidarity study, because until today the remdesivir is not available for my country. And from this point of view, we are, I mean, the first stage as well in Georgia was very popular as well in other countries, the plaquenil, but you know, after many studies that they showed us the plaquenil, which is the quite old, I mean, the medicine used for the autoimmune diseases as well. Now it's refused for the treatment of COVID-19, and not, of course, we are not able in, I mean, the experimental clinical studies to use other I mean, the drugs for the molecules which are in the pipelines, and I know that are quite a number of the drugs stimulating or suppressing immune system, and to have a balance here between suppression and the stimulation.
Yeah, if I may jump in, there is a correction from the author of the question, which is formulated clearly now, that he was talking about the anti-PD-1 and anti-CTLA-4 antibodies. Okay. That they would block
I can happily talk to that just very quickly. I can understand why people are using dexamethasone in severe cases, and in fact the data support its use in severe cases. However, it's a very blunt tool, and I think we have to evolve to a situation where we block very specific inflammatory agents rather than so broadly. And that's because we need, more than anything else, full immune competence to fight this virus. Now, obviously, the blockade of checkpoints such as CTLA-4 and PD-L1 has been used to resurrect immune competence in cancer victims. Here in London, we have not specifically used those treatments. However, I can tell you that we have a paper that is under review looking at the impact of COVID-19 infection in solid cancer patients, some of whom, of course, are on standard of care checkpoint blockade, and they've done really rather well. In fact, only about 40% of these patients had severe disease, which is much less than in the non-cancer patients. So I think that this is just a perfect illustration of the fact that boosted T-cell competence in an environment where you can control unwanted inflammation is actually what we need to get toward. And part of the problem, which we don't understand, and it's fun to try to get to understand, is there is a T-cell disease going on here. The T-cell protective capacities are being undermined by something. And if we could get to that, we might get back in control, just as people try to use anti-PD-L1 and anti-CTLA-4 in cancer.
Thank you very much. And there was a question from Professor Peter Delves regarding the mucosal IgA.
Yeah. So I do quite a lot of my work with it's hard for me to remember what we actually used to do in my lab, but what we used to do was study immune system function at body surfaces, including the skin and the gut and a little bit the lung. So this is a question which I very much enjoy thinking about. The mucosal immune system, for those who on the line who are less certain in these things, involves types of antibodies such as IgA. I have to say that the initial data that we have from our collaborator, Katie Dawes at King's College London, who is measuring in granular detail IgM, IgG of all subtypes, IgA, so far finds no clear signal, for example, for IgA that would make us feel this is a key protective device that you want to get. But of course, it is absolutely the case that that's a blood measurement. The measurements in the bronchoalveolar fluid that you can recover from people's lungs are much less clear. To be honest, one of the problems is this disease is so multifactorial that the reproducibility of recovering the bronchoalveolar lavage fluid is very low. So it's just been difficult to do good studies there. But possibly that's going to change if we get more people back in the hospital, which I'm afraid to say I suspect will be the case. Yeah.
Thank you very much. There is a question for Professor Gamkrelidze, which is a practical question, whether the British tourists will be allowed to Georgia soon from Paul Craven, and what rules will be applied to allow this?
Paul Craven, Britanniam ჩამოდის და რა წესებში დაკავება است.
At the moment, I know that there is 2 weeks of quarantine.
Yes, we have so-called the 3 regimes for the, the entering to Georgia. It's a 2 weeks quarantine. The other one is the so-called the self-isolation. There is a special application on the Ministry of Health website as well as governmental website. If they have a condition for the self-isolation, they can through this apply for with this app. And now we have a quarantine or self-isolation 8 days in Georgia. After 8 days, they are tested by PCR and then they are free. There is a third regime which we are using for the scientists, for the diplomats, for the official delegations. That's they are entering Georgia and we are doing the PCR tests on the border. And then after every 72 hours during the 12 days, they are tested by PCR, and they are free. They are, of course, moving. They have in the meetings, but they are under PCR control every 72 hours. For this also exists special application on the governmental or the ministerial website, and they have to apply if they like to have this every 72 hours PCR tests.
Let me just add, Nina, if I may just add an editorial point. The world right now needs scientific advancement, and scientific advancement relies on collaboration and people engaging informally and brainstorming. And that is one of the biggest victims of these challenging times. And so we really, I like the question because we really do have to think about ways in which we can recreate these channels for international collaboration and communication, which are essential for progress.
Thank you very much. I think this was a great session, and thank you to both of the presenters, and that was extremely interesting. I'm withdrawing my question because we are running late, and we have to move to the second part. And really thank you a lot again. And over to my co-conveners for the next presenter, please. I hope that you will be able to stay with us for longer.
Ah, wonderful. I hope everybody can hear me. We have a brilliant set of, you must be a technological wizard, Daniel, to be able to come on already. It gives me great pleasure in introducing Mr. Daniel Hamilton, who is at FTI Consulting and Managing Director. He actually was and is in Georgia during lockdown, and he is going to give us his personal experience. He was actually there. And welcome, we're really looking forward to hearing what you've got to say.
Okay, well, Didi Madloba, Gamajobo Megobari, Dila Mitbishobisa, Sasyamov Noah, Shemi Gatsnova. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning, or indeed this afternoon in Tbilisi, and I'm obviously sitting here in London addressing my remarks to you today. And I hope that even after the fantastic contributions that you've received from a scientific front, I can give you a few, I think, just practical experiences that I had this summer when I was in Georgia. I should say by means of background, before I sort of address the points that I make, even though I sound completely British and I'm speaking to you from London today, I am a French citizen, and prior to visiting Georgia, I was in France for the prior month before making the trip to Georgia. So I was able to take advantage, very luckily, of the travel corridor that was opened up for French citizens during that period, which allowed me to be one of the 5 countries, France, Germany, and the Baltic states, who were allowed to visit Georgia with a degree of freedom and flexibility during the pandemic. So a few opening comments. The point that I was most struck by this morning when I think about the way in which I experienced travel in Georgia this summer was the comment that President Zurabashvili made in her opening remarks this morning about the triangle of trust which existed between government, the medical community, and the public in Georgia. And certainly it was very noticeable to me, as somebody coming into the country as a visitor during that period, that Georgia was very solid, that the medical profession were listened to, that processes were in place, and that they were extremely clear and understandable both to members of the Georgian public, but also to those visiting the country. And when I look at some of the indecision, which has plagued the responses to coronavirus of many countries, when I look at the confusion, which has certainly existed here in the United Kingdom about the path which restrictions and coronavirus regulations should be adopted, I didn't have any of that sense of a lack of clarity in Georgia. So if I run through, I think, sequentially my experience of visiting, and maybe say a couple of very quick words about the background process before I entered the country. Georgia, and I've been visiting now for more than 12 years, is a fairly joyously unbureaucratic place. Whenever you do have an interaction with the state, there is very little paperwork to do. Processes work and are quick. And that was by no means any different when it came to the background information requested of me prior to entering Georgia. It was a very simple form where I had to outline my travel for the prior fortnight to come into the country. I had to give information about any symptoms which I may be feeling before entering the country. And that was really all the documentation by forms of background that I had to provide before taking the flight to the country. On arrival, things were extremely well organized. There was an immediate temperature check, which took place at the international airport in Tbilisi. I was asked some basic questions by those on the ground about how I felt. Did I have any particular coronavirus-related symptoms? And then, after being spaced out in a very socially distanced manner, I was allowed to advance towards passport control and to go through the formalities just as you usually would. Now, I thought in many respects that may be the end of some of the interactions which I may have with the Georgian state throughout that period, but in honesty, it was only the beginning, and I will touch on some of the check-ins that I received throughout that period from the Georgian government and public health officials to ensure that both I was safe and feeling well, but also that I was protecting the Georgian citizens that I was coming into contact with. Now, I should say just quickly in relation to the entry procedures into the country, and I think this speaks very well to Georgia and the really unimpeachable attempt that the government took to keep its citizens safe during this period, that I know of a senior British government minister that was very keen to visit in a personal capacity Georgia during this period of restrictions. He received exactly the same advice that every other British citizen seeking to come into Georgia received, which is that tourism was not possible, only business access to the country was possible, and if you wish to visit in an official capacity or business capacity, you would be tested for coronavirus every 72 hours at your own expense. And I think it speaks very favourably to Georgia's experience and the seriousness with which it approached this particular pandemic, that even those most senior levels of government were not able to circumvent or get around any of the very logical steps that the Georgian government put in place. So I would turn quickly to my own experience then of how I interacted with the state during this period. I would say that the Georgian experience on the ground was not an invasive one. Because Georgia had been so well protected from external threats of those coming into the country, the atmosphere when it came to bars and to restaurants and to shops was actually a fairly relaxed one. And I think it was able to be a relaxed one because there was that level, as President Zurabashvili mentioned in her introduction, that sort of triangle of trust that existed between citizens and the public health community. People were extremely adherent when it came to wearing masks. Walking into cafes, for example, or individual shops, you would be denied entry into those establishments if you were not wearing a mask and not using hand sanitizer, or in a number of cases having your temperature checked on arrival into those establishments. So there was that really high level of public adherence, which I certainly haven't seen in the United Kingdom or indeed many other parts of mainland Europe and indeed Turkey, which I visited in the last few weeks. It was also made very clear from the start that this was a fast evolving and developing situation on the ground, and that it was very important to keep on top of public health information and information from the government about the potential spread of coronavirus. I had plans, for example, to spend a few days in the Svaneti region, and only shortly after my arrival in the country, the town of Mestia and surrounding villages were closed because of a localized outbreak of coronavirus, most likely brought to the country by tourists visiting Georgia itself. As a result of that, my plans changed. I was unable to visit that area of the country and to do my annual walk to Kazbegi. But that was something that I understood as a price worth paying for the degree of safety which was afforded to me as a traveller into Georgia, but also the efforts that were made to protect the Georgian public. Now, if I also mention, for example, the general sort of atmosphere when it came to communications and developments in the country, shortly towards the end of the time that I spent in Georgia, there were a number of outbreaks of coronavirus, as was mentioned by one of the previous speakers, in the city of Batumi in Ajaria region. Even though I am not a Georgian speaker, I can only follow international news. It was very well understood to me that had I, from the communications that I received, that had I visited a particular cafe in Batumi, which was the real epicenter of the outbreak in that city, then I should go into self-isolation for a decreed period of time. Now, thankfully, I didn't visit that cafe confectionery shop during my visit to the city, but it was well understood to me, even at an early stage, with the information that I received, that it was incumbent upon me to isolate should I need to do so. Now, the regularity of contact that I received from the Georgian Public Health Authority was extremely good. And it almost sounds cliched to mention to you the 3 occasions in which I received phone calls from the public health authorities asking how I was feeling, if I had any particular symptoms, if I'd noticed any increases in my temperature over the hours before, but also asking exactly where I'd visited in the country. So which villages, which towns had I been in? And it was done in a very informal manner. It was very friendly. It was very brisk. It didn't take a long period of time to have those conversations, but nevertheless, it did allow the Georgian state to keep tracks and tabs on somebody who was visiting the country and the movements that I was making around the country's territory. And I think of three examples when I received those calls. One, I was eating kinkali in Pankisi when I received the first call. The second time, I was enjoying a beer in Tbilisi. And the third time, I was watching the sun come down in Batumi. I mean, it almost sounds like a tourist brochure, thinking of those particular points in which I received those phone calls. But I thought that was an important step in Georgia, keeping both the country safe, but also keeping those who are visiting the country safe as well. A couple of sort of further points about things that I saw on the ground in the country, which I think spoke very favourably about the country's response to the crisis. Whilst in many countries there is a great deal of ambiguity and confusion about how to access testing for coronavirus, I recall the particular example of seeing tents on the seafront in Batumi, which were open to both Georgian citizens and those visiting the country to take very quick coronavirus tests if they were feeling bad or simply wanted to get a sense of had they come into contact with somebody who had the virus or was infected. Now, I didn't use those particular tents, but I know and I had the comfort that those were available to me at no cost to make use of should I feel any onset of symptoms. So fundamentally, in conclusion, I will just return to the point that Ambassador Clayton made. There are silver linings, which I hope do come from the very frustrating period that many, particularly in the United Kingdom, who are very used to visiting Georgia on a regular basis, feel about not being able to enter the country at the moment. But there is a great deal of respect for the way in which the country has approached this particular challenge. And I think there is a great deal of expectation and hope that by the start of the tourist season next summer, that we will have a vaccine and that tourism will be able to commence again. So I'm sorry not to have been able to add any particular scientific insight to complement that which the august panelists so far have been able to give, but I am able to share my personal experience and I thank you for inviting me to address these remarks today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And here's Nina.
Tamara, I thought you are chairing this panel. Okay, so thank you very much. And I think this was, although the experience wasn't scientific, but it was so interesting really to follow from the point of view of someone who visited Georgia from abroad, and you actually traveled a lot, and that's great. You had a chance to compare the situation in different countries. So it is my pleasure next to introduce, and the questions, yes, the questions will be by the end of this panel. I think the questions session will be led by Dr. Dragadze. So it's my great pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Professor Alexander Tevzadze, who is now a rector of Kutaisi International University, a brand new university, technologically, I would say, set up at a very, very modern level. I'm particularly pleased because Professor Tevzadze is a professor of Tbilisi State University initially and the deputy rector of TSU. He also worked in the Ministry of Education as a deputy Minister of Education, and now he's handling the technologically most advanced, like I would say, the Massachusetts type of the university in Kutaisi. So over to you, Professor Tevzadze.
Thank you for this nice introduction. I'm looking for this share screen button.
The share screen is underneath of the webcam. Yes.
I need, yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so thank you. I would like to start with thanking organizers of this meeting. It's an impressive consistency, 33rd annual Georgian Studies Day, and thank you for inviting me and giving an opportunity to present Kutaisi International University, especially during this COVID era. So the first page of my presentation, you see the nice buildings. Those are student dorms of our university, which are right now empty. So we are giving our lectures online, and we are adapting and we are learning. And thank you for this opportunity, so we can share our experience with you. As you know, Kutaisi International University is a new public university in Georgia. We got our first cohort of students this autumn. We start with 3 bachelor programs in mathematics, management, and computer science. Importantly, this is a campus university, so we have greenfield approach, so we have nice environment, university campus, and the idea is that we should be able to have students on campus who can live there and get their education as well. So we are strongly focused on the science, technology, and engineering fields, but also will cover other directions as well. All this is made possible by generous funding by our donor, International Charity Foundation of Khartoum, who offered us overall budget of 1 billion euros, and we have the detailed development plan of the campus development, the infrastructure development, and also the academic development plan for the next 4 years and further development. So we are in a unique situation, and it appears that there is a unique times, and we are up to the challenge. So what is the uniqueness of the situation is that main planning of the university for years have been done prior to the COVID era, and now we are starting our teaching, our academic process during the COVID era. So let me give you some specifics. So we, of course, our university is student-oriented university, and we are seeking to create a nice international education space. So this should come with multicultural student environment and with educational programs in English. This will allow us to bring international academic personnel, so professors, the leading experts of the field from abroad. And for this, we have created and we plan to implement the interactive learning management system, which do have the component of the online teaching. Of course, during the original planning, this online teaching component was considered as a important addition for allowing us give public lectures from leading experts in the field, from leading universities to our students. But in the post-COVID era, it appeared that this online component became an essential component, core component of the learning management system, of the teaching process in our university. So there are different approaches in higher education in general during the COVID era. So of course, the first approach is the teaching with distancing. And we know the challenges of the teaching with distancing. For example, you can see our normal small conference room with 150 students, and with somewhat distancing places, it will become 80 seats, and with the further distancing, it will soon can accommodate only 40 students. It means that number of classrooms and maybe number of professors giving lectures should be increased, and it's a great challenge. It's a challenge not only for our university, it's a challenge all around the world for the higher education. And there are different solutions for this challenge. And of course, one of the most common solution is distance teaching. So what we do with the online teaching is we have coined the word offered by our professors. It's a kitchen teaching. So we adopted the online classroom teaching versus the kitchen teaching. The idea is that professor comes at the classroom, and the classroom is equipped with all online tools, and it means that professor or professor's assistant can get the LMS or IT support and can have the coordination with the professor, and assistant can coordinate face to face, and there are some minimal distractions, of course. And most importantly, our professors, we got our education in classroom. Our skills are giving lectures in the classroom. And now we demand from our professors to give the same quality of education online. So that is the challenge, and we are trying and we plan to support our professors in this process. And one of the important part of this to provide the standard digitalization tools. So professor can still write some equations or have employ his or her skills of teaching from the regular class into the digital world. So this
Alexander, can I just,
yes?
you can switch on your screen again now. Something went wrong. You could switch your screen on if you need it.
Can you see?
No, it works. It works.
Yeah, so that's fine. That's good. Okay, thank you.
But
fine.
Can you see this? Now?
Yes, that's fine, and you
Okay.
can see. That's perfect. I can see the screen.
Okay, great. So I was talking about the online classroom teaching when we have students at their homes and professors and lecturers in the classroom, giving using the standard digitalization tools, which creates a feel of the academic process, which facilitates the learning process for the students. And their approach is also more academic and more responsible. And they understand that this is a classical academic process, not some informal online meeting from our experience. Well, most of all, we consider that the COVID situation and the online teaching does have the future. So we consider the current situation as a new opportunity to adopt new standards in higher education. To give you one small example, we are describing the teaching process from computer science point of view. We have serial processes and parallel processes. So normally the classroom teaching can be considered a serial process when we have lecturer and questions in consequent series. While with the online teaching, students can use the chat room to give questions without interrupting the lectures or presentations. This means that we can have somebody monitoring chat threads during the class. It means that we have the enhanced role of the teaching assistants who can provide fast answers during the lectures without interrupting the lectures. This is something new to our professors, but this is very common type of communication for the new generation, for the millennials, for our new students. And this is how they learn many things, and we hope that we can employ the parallel teaching components as well during the higher education. Well, this is the standards of the online teaching is very important. So we have the demands and the standards of the quality assurance of the higher education, and this provides the minimal quality we provide, minimal quality of the teaching we provide to our students, and it means that we should provide the same quality during our online teaching. Whatever we do, is it online teaching, is it some hybrid models or whatever, but we should learn, and we are learning. And having in mind that none of the existing platforms, Zoom, Teams, or for example, we are using GoToWebinar software, have been created for the specific, having in mind specific process of the higher education. We are just employing these tools and trying to use them during the classes in higher education, of course. So the idea is that from the forced experiment of transition from the classroom teaching to the online teaching, we should transfer to the planned experiment. So we should plan much better, and we are planning much better how we teach online. And this all should come at the by support of the student feedback in all aspects of the online teaching. So before we have some focus groups of the students, but now with all the universities teaching en masse online, we can cover different groups of students. We can understand better the demands and the needs of the different students during the online teaching and adapt and find the new normal way of online teaching. This means that we should identify the standards of the online teaching and also think about the transition to the new normal. So finally, I would like to give some quotes from the late Clark Kerr, the first chancellor and president of the University of California, Berkeley, he was emphasizing that out of the 85 Western institutions still existing in recognizable forms for the last 5 centuries, 70 are universities. So we understand that universities are admirably conservative institutions. And the current situation, we consider it as an opportunity to overcome this conservatism, find the novel options, novel ideas of the online teaching, what can be used as an additional pro option for the lecture teaching to create a better environment for our students. So we hope the COVID era will go on, will pass. We can largely go back to the lecture rooms, but the components of the teaching, the components of some courses or subjects, type of the online instruments will stay with us and will enhance our experience of our students. And that is our goal, to test and find and see what are the more enhanced teaching methods in higher education. So by this, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in your interesting meeting, and later on I will be happy to answer any questions, if any.
Thank you very much. That's absolutely great, and that's quite interesting. And your observation that the platforms are not really built up for teaching purposes, don't we just experience it right now? Because with all the glitches we have. But nevertheless, our students, as you probably noticed, are very keen to support their own learning by interacting with the management and with lecturers. So, and that's a very interesting point for psychology. And my great pleasure is to introduce the next speaker, Professor Tamar Gagoshidze, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology and Educational Sciences at Tbilisi State University. She's going to talk about the psychologist's view of parent-child relationship during the pandemic. She's an expert in the childhood psychology and a very well-known specialist in Georgia and abroad. Please, Tamar.
Thank you. Thank you, Nina, for invitation. Thank you. I will share my screen. Can you see?
No, we saw it, but then it said, now it's fine. Now it's fine. Mm-hmm.
Now it's fine?
Yes, yep. Absolutely.
So do you see me and hear?
we can hear you and we can see you. If you wish to remain while you are showing the presentations, then leave the camera on.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, thank you. I'm very thankful to organizers to give me opportunity share with you experience got by helping and serving families during COVID lockdown in Tbilisi. As you know, COVID is causing widespread concern, fear, and stress, all of which are natural and normal reactions to the and uncertain situations. And today, my presentation focuses on families and children, as children are more vulnerable to stressful events and uncertainties. I will share with you parental concerns about communication and relationship changes with family members and children during pandemic and lockdown. So, the main concerns from families and parents were changes in everyday family routine, which was really very challenging for them, changes in personal and physical space, breaks in continuity of learning, breaks in continuity of work, missing significant life events, social isolation, and worries about present and future. The problems were identified through the counseling process at Counseling Center and Training Center of the Faculty of Psychology and Educational Sciences and at the Tamar Gagoshidze Neuropsychology Center. During the interviews, the main concerns of parents were marital relationships, communication with children, increasing screen time, sleep deprivation and insomnia, mood swings and anxiety, frustration and irritability, increased violence and abuse in families, messy home. I grouped the family problems which hindered the family relationships and cohesion, caused family members irritation, frustration and aggression, fear and anxiety, and children behavioral and emotional problems. The main problem and main concern of parents were how to receive and share the information about COVID-19. The main problem, how communicate the information about COVID-19 to children without elevation of the anxiety and fear. The common picture was excessive listening and watching media news about COVID-19, explaining the danger of the virus in negative and threatening way, like if you don't wash hands, you get COVID and get sick. Instead, we wash the hands because it's safe. If you wash hands, you won't get virus. Children absorb all information coming from media and stay with their fears and anxiety. They didn't know how to speak up and share their concerns, and parents have no idea how to ventilate their own and their children's emotion. So the main problems were absorption also of rumors and fake news without filtering and analysis, which also elevates anxiety level, lack of developmentally appropriate information for children and youth. And it's really a problem because children watch and listen everything which is in television, in TV, in computers, and so it gets them much more vulnerable to this information. We tried to help with the different kind of prevention strategies families, and one of our counseling issues were monitoring television viewing and social media, giving children age-appropriate information, which is much of them are in computers, in internet, like cartoons and different kind of small films for children, and and many animations. And also we have in Georgian now coloring pictures for children about COVID, which is very funny and really very user-friendly. Dispelling rumors and inaccurate information, and not watching everything and listening everything in TV and in internet. Asking children what they know and listen to them carefully. Explanation as simple safety steps into positive way, not in the threatening way, and promote hope by sharing information about the actions being taken in the community and at home. Another problems which families faced are daily schedules, and changing daily life and daily schedule of the family. Establishing and maintaining daily routine for all family members is very crucial, especially when all family members are at home in one space and all of them have different needs and things to do. For working parents who have children of different age group, situation becomes very challenging, as their schedules differ considerably. That's why it's strongly important to set this time schedule and day routine not for only children, but for parents. When starting online working, parents discovered that they have no strict limits and boundaries between home and work as they had before, which was very stressful and tiresome. And on the top of that, children at home needed different schedules. They need much more attention, and this created messy situation, elevated children irritation and misbehavior. So the problems also connected not only the strict boundaries between home and work, also different learning schedules, messy home because of difficulty sharing home space between family members, the losing privacy by adults and youth in family, and children interfere online working process of parents. The prevention strategies which helps our families were creation strict boundaries between home and working at home. It is really very important to have, it means to have a space, even very small, with formal features for workplace. Importance of keeping up with daily personal routine in the morning ritual going and the work. Also strict times of beginning and ending of the work time as if in the office. Outline personal and physical space at home, which is really very important. It is important because define the definition of physical space for every family member. Even in small flat, space should be personalized. It helps family members to feel safe and comfortable. It could be not only room, but also small place and small space in the room, like table, armchair, place under the table, even under the table for small child who likes playing under the table and so on. And it is very difficult for small children to have parents at home and can't communicate with them through the day as they work online. This situation creates stress and tension for parents because children ask for play and communication all day. So for that, setting a daily routine activities for children, including personal hygiene, online classes, playtime, screen time, whole family time and bedtime is very important. And explanation in advance for clear expectations, because children should know what adults expect from them and what they could do in certain circumstances. Like when mother is working on computer, when father is talking on the conference call, what they should do, keeping healthy daily routines, reduce anxiety and stress. And children need very clear, non-violent structure and predictable environment where they feel safe and experience trust. Another problems in family life are expressing emotions and addressing children's emotions. Children, especially small ones, have distress when lockdown and listening talks about danger and disease. It is important to encourage children to verbalize their thoughts and feelings, listen carefully to them, expressing. So there are very many concerns about fears and irrational thoughts about virus, anxiety with different manifestations, irritation, obsessive thoughts, compulsions, aggression, and so on. Damaged communication, shouting, yelling, conflict situations, night terror, and other sleep problems of children. For parents, it was really very important to know preventive strategies, how they have to express their emotions, asking questions about what child knows and how she feels. It's really very important for kids and for youth too. And this helps ventilating fears and irrational talks and mood breakdowns. Recognition of child's feelings and take time for a talk is half job for dealing with emotions, more than half. Use daily diary for sharing feelings and thoughts. For older children, some children, they can't verbalize their emotions, so we offer daily diary. It's really very funny for children and for parents, and then they share their feelings by this diary. Use drawing also for expressing feelings for small children, which also worked very nicely. Setting full family time for doing something together, it does not matter what. When all family members are together and cooperate doing something like dinner, small playtime, or physical exercise, it does not matter. It helps family cohesion. So prevention strategies is really very important, especially for emotions and emotional feelings, because it helps for emotional regulation. The main thing which is very important, especially for pandemics and catastrophic situations, is self-compassion and self-care. Parents themselves need support as they experience feelings of helplessness, tension, and fatigue. They feel the situation is uncontrolled and unpredictable, so their level of anxiety elevates. So they have no time for everything. They have no time for relaxation. They feel guilty stealing this time from children at home. There is much high overlapping work and home challenges. So that's why we asked parents for self-compassion and for self-care, find ways to decompress and take break. Somehow to take break, take time for themselves, because of becomes a fundamental principle, even when it seems there is no situation to do that. This is differ by families. It could be my coffee time, 10 minutes for music, and we often offer deep breathing, 5 minutes, 10 minutes deep breathing techniques is really very, very helpful in calming and relaxation. And the big challenge and the main challenge is for parents is the screen time, using gadgets and digital devices and social media in excessive way. During the pandemic situation, parents mentioned excessive use of electronic devices for themselves and for their children also. Screen time dramatically increases because of online working and learning, and because of less opportunity to go outside. Parents said that gadgets absorb all their and children's time and increase isolation, which results in rising irritation, miscommunication, and conflicting situations. In most families, tension increases because of shortage of computers. Families with more than one child experienced problems with online learning, which raised frustration. They tried to use also telephones, which was not convenient, so they weren't convenient for attending classes. Children, and especially youth, adhere to computers because of boredom. Their physical activity and sleep worsens and results in mood swings and somatic complaints. So preventive strategies we try to offer families and discuss with them were setting time limits. Observe what kind of programs and observation, what kind of programs and games children are engaged, offering time spent together with computer gaming and watching. It is important to have both together, parent and child communication together with computer and with different kind of gaming. Setting boundaries where devices may be used, when devices should be on, off, and which web environment should be used. Trying alternative activities like board games, walking in safe place, and outside physical activities, music and time play, and also we offered family performances at concerts, which worked nicely, and then families told us that it was really very good relaxation for them, and this alternative activities for every families are very subjective and very differential, so they could choose different kind of these things. So as a conclusion, I can say that counseling process revealed relationship and communication problems in families. The main concerns of parents were misarrangement and interference of work and home, explaining and constraints and limitations due to COVID-19, changes in daily schedule and daily routines, emotion expression and regulation, screen time, and parent self-care. Strategies of prevention which worked and coping were clear and non-threatening information about virus, strict schedule and daily routine, family cooperation activities, emotion expression and ventilation through talk with children, self-compassion and reflection of parent emotions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was brilliant. We obviously share a lot of the same problems. When you were speaking, I could almost see my grandchildren, my son and daughter-in-law in front of me, coping with homeworking from home and homeschooling. It was just music in my ears. A lot of the things me as an old granny, I think, told them, but obviously hearing such really interesting you were so clear. That's what was so wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've got to come to the questions. And we have a few here. I have a question from Peter Delves for the rector of Kutaisi, if that is at all possible, who was asking you, this is my interpretation of his question, that you need informal chat, one-to-one relationships between the students and their teachers. How can you reproduce that just using online teaching?
Yes, so nice question. Professors need one-to-one chats. Students are often multitasking, but we are planning to provide both. Multitasking means that professor is running the lecture and we have the electronic chat system which does not interfere with the lecture. And on another time, extra curriculum support It's normally we would call this office hours. Office hours are when the professor, maybe the second part of the day, is available for the students. And we switch the office hours. Also, we have the online office hours, means that the student can meet the professor online, one-to-one meeting, and ask the questions or the whatever communication is needed. So we are providing both, and professors are very excited that they have the opportunity to work with the students online during the extracurricular support. This means tutoring or advice or whatever. So online platforms can be used in any component of higher education. We are working on the standardization and the best implementation, but otherwise everything is fine.
Thank you very much for that succinct and helpful answer. Now we have a question from Bernard Burns for Daniel Hamilton. What was the culture of mask wearing in public? For example, did members of the public challenge others not wearing masks on public transport? Now this, I actually am not allowed because of my shielding requirements to go on public transport at all in London. So obviously I'm very interested in what your answer might be.
Well, I must confess, I'm a bit of a phony on this front. I would say in more than 30 trips to Georgia, I don't think I've ever been on a Georgian public bus, so I can't comment on that. What I can say though is on trains, there was, I would say, universal adherence, certainly on the line from Tbilisi to Bojomi and from Tbilisi to Batumi. And in terms of the culture, there was no culture of members of the public and others needing to ask others to wear masks because there was such adherence. I would say it was exactly the same when it came to retail establishments and things like cafes and restaurants. The rules were understood, the expectations societally were understood, so there was really no need for members of the public to intervene and to ask people to put them on. So certainly in my experience, it was a societal norm that had developed about mask wearing rather than something that needed particular encouragement from fellow citizens.
Okay, thank you. I'm very grateful for that. My screen is now completely blank, but I think hopefully I'll find a way of getting back in. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Because now we are going to go to the next session. We thank those speakers very, very much. Daniel Hamilton, Professor Alexander Tebzadze, and Professor Tamar Gagorshidze. We will now go to our penultimate session, and I would like to ask Professor Ekaterine Gebwadze, who is Deputy Minister of Education, Science, Culture and Sport of Georgia, to talk about education and how Georgia coped during lockdown.
Did you see me?
I hope so.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for invitation and presentation. It's really honor for me to participate to the webinar. I would like to briefly introduce the way we went through the period of COVID-19. So it was a very complicated period of time for the Ministry of Education because we had to change many things in the system. So the ministry has immediately started to develop the various response mechanisms and tools to earth the negative impact for the novel of coronavirus on the educational system. In the light of schools and university closed through the country in March 2020, you know about it, provision of distance learning services became a priority. So at this period of time, the ministry is not ready and to be equipped and answer this challenge. But we very briefly and very actively followed the situation. The following tools and programs available became for the distance learning for teachers, and learning process was updated. So in this period of time, so up to 500,000 Microsoft profiles was developed in this period of time for administration of schools, for teachers, and for students as well. Various classes has been created for all schools, subjects, and all subjects was implemented in the Microsoft program, which is called Teams 365, and all classes was organized in online. Various consulting spaces has been set up in all districts of Georgia, where the volunteers, technology experts were involved and supported the schools and teachers, because it was one of the challenges when the teachers has not the capacity and knowledge how to implement the technology quite such kind of level, good level. So this technology and technical assistance will supported all teachers and administration to be organized as the class in which was developed already for the students at the general education level. And the other way we organized this such kind of platform, which is called e-library, where textbooks were available on this platform. All electronic books was accessible for the student, teachers, and school administration as well. So it was in 2 weeks we started to develop new program, so-called TV School. It was the project in cooperation with the Georgian public broadcast. It's on the first channel, which started on March 30. And these lessons were prepared in accordance with the national curriculum and are taught and experienced teachers from both the public and private schools of Georgia. Interests of students with special education needs were also taken into account, and also all lessons were translated in the sign language for the deaf students as well. In this period of time, our students were prepared to go through to the university, and for the students we organized the web school, the project for the university enter student, and help them to prepare the to prepare them for the exams. Practical teachers will organize the webinars for the students. The Ministry of Education has provided the subject guidelines for various levels of education in order to support the transition to online teaching and learning process. As I mentioned, it was not easy process because we didn't had the experience online teaching and learning. I also would like to underline that our law of general education didn't recognize what was the online learning, and we had to make the amendment also in the law of general education, also develop the special documents how to be organized the online learning, and started to develop the different kind of programs as well. It enables teachers to plan in this process, in online learning process. Teachers had to plan teaching and learning process according learning by doing method, along with the distance learning recommendation. This guidance will send all schools during the pandemic period. As I mentioned, we changed the many documents to be supported the online learning. Also, we had to develop some kind of guidelines for them. In the project eSchool, more than 200 complex assignments were prepared in the 8 different subjects. It was used directly for online learning process, and it was supported because we tried to support the teachers and organizing some examples and show how to be organized and lessons in the online learning process. The schools located in the high mountainous areas are able to print out the resources and distribute them among the students, because we had an information from the medical side that it was more useful to use the electronic resources than the printed resources. Also, we changed the student assessment. Alternative way to assessment the students had been developed. As I mentioned, it was reflected in the document which we developed. As I mentioned, the schools determine their evaluation criteria according to the individual ability of the students. They will given the opportunity to practice course, and the first semester of 2021 was recognized as an academic year. Also, I briefly can explain about the vocational education administration. In a vocational education level, it means additional processes no longer from vocational education programs was open from May 20 till August 8. Educational process will start on the 5th of October. Then 2020, October 5, 2020. Changes were initiated in the rule of admission. Person who won't be able to attend class additional exams due to COVID-19, they will be enrolled without any exams. As I mentioned, the period of time we went through the general and vocational education level in this spring and summer period of time, but I would like to underline that the 15th of September general education level, we started new year 2021, so we reopened these schools in all public schools except the big cities, which is the capital Tbilisi, which is the Zugdidi, Hoti, Gori, Rustavi, and Kutaisi, because it was found many examples of COVID-19. So, but fortunately, on the 1st of September, we had to reopen the schools in these 6 public schools, but only 1st and 6th grade children returned to the classrooms. And we accept the period of time when we will return these students from 7 to 12 grades. 12 grades. Also in this period of time, the TPDC, which is the Teacher Professional Development Center, as a part of COVID-19 response, the ministry provides moral and professional support to the teachers and principals as well at preschool, general education, and vocational educational level as well. They organize these live webinars and broadcastings, discussion meetings, and various of direction were hosted. Up to 118 webinars they organized. It was discussion meetings, and all these webinars is published to the Teacher Professional Development Center's web page and Facebook page as well. So this Teacher Professional Center also plans to transform the formal or of its activity offered blended face-to-face and online model of professional development and teaching principles at preschool, general and vocational educational level. Without the new initiatives and new platform, e-teachers house will be developed, hosting all the educational processes, including the training courses and webinars created by this expert of the Teacher Professional Center. In addition, expert consultant also visited the schools, supported the teachers as well. It is noteworthy that while acting in response to the COVID-19 outbreak in order to mitigate immediate and long-term negative impact on education, the ministry has been actively in the best interest of the beneficiaries, guidelines by the principles, inclusiveness and obligation to ensure right to education, accessibility of all. The ministry has not spread its offer to respond to the inequality during the pandemic. Despite being on huge challenges, COVID-19 pandemic has become an opportunity to become stronger, more reliant and innovative. So as I mentioned that we didn't have a good experience, as Georgia had developed a new curriculum, and it is the third generation curriculum. We are in period of a time of developing it to all public schools of Georgia. And under this project, we developed a big project so-called New School Model, which support the schools to develop existed curriculum, but the main goal of this project is to develop the IT skills and equip all public schools with useful technology as well. But it was the project and the duration of this project is 5 years, but we had to organize all these activities in 6 or 7 months. So it was made a huge job, which was organized by the Ministry of Education, also other institutions, and also I would like to thank the teachers who was actively involved and tried to support their students to offer them the quality lesson to each student. So in some words, I would like to inform about the higher education in order to provide the spread of COVID-19. Throughout the Georgia fully shifted to distance learning by means by synchron or as asynchronous methodology. So the university also changed the approach and started to offer the student their lectures in online lectures. Also, they reopened the universities, started to offer the lectures, and me as one of the lecturer, I would like to underline that the process is very high level, is offering the university and also me organizing my lectures, online lectures to my students. So we are expecting at the end of the October that student will return to the university and get face-to-face lectures. So here we are, and I'm also ready to answer any question you have toward the education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a great talk, really, and we will have the session and they will continue with the program in a moment. I will just have the opportunity, I hope now, for Professor Andrew Lin to join us, who is the Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Westminster and the head of the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. And I hope that computing the program problems have been resolved. And Andrew, please, if you could try to unmute the microphone, that's great. And we also see the webcam.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you yet.
Well, this it appears to be one thing or the other. So you've got my sound, but I don't seem to be able to share my webcam, although I'm trying to do that. So I think I will just give you a spoken rather than a visual greeting, if that's okay. I'm the head of the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences at the University of Westminster, and also the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Research at the university. And it's a very great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the wider academic community, and also on behalf of the community of researchers. This is an annual pleasure for the university to be able to welcome specialists in and enthusiasts for Georgian studies to the university. Last year, I had the pleasure of welcoming you also, and I was able to tell you on that occasion that I just returned from Georgia, where I was undertaking some work on behalf of the Ministry for Education, Science, Culture and Sport, investigating the experiences of education through the medium of English in Georgian universities, work that was being carried out through the medium of the British Council in Georgia. That work has now been completed, and I understand that our report is going to be shared with the Ministry quite soon. So it was a great pleasure to hear the Deputy Minister just speaking, and I hope that there will be a valuable contribution by the University of Westminster to helping Georgia achieve your very ambitious mission and commitments in terms of international education. Although it's not possible for me at the moment to visit Georgia, much to my regret, the University of Westminster maintains a strong interest in the exploration of the country. We have just established a new forum for Uzbek and Silk Road studies. This builds in part on our long-standing partnership with Westminster International University in Tashkent, but also reflects the fact that we have researchers at the university who have strong interests in the broader region of Central Asia and the South Caucasus. And this new forum will be supporting a range of discussions, debates, funded activities in helping us better understand the region and develop closer partnerships with it. So that's an exciting development, which also builds on the existence of our journal published by the University of Westminster Press, the journal Silk Road, which provides a place in which research which considers and helps better understand the region can be published. So I know that the programme is tight, and I'm sorry that I wasn't able to join you at the intended point in the programme, offering a welcome on your arrival, but I'm enjoying dipping in and out of the day, and all the talks are proving enlightening and fascinating and thoroughly invigorating, and I'm sure you're all having the same experience. And I wish you the most productive and inspiring day ahead, and look forward to welcoming you all again this time next year.
Andrew, thank you so much for being able to get back to us and to greet the audience. You indeed, the University of Westminster and personally yourself, really are very supportive of our Georgian Studies Day, which we hope all that this support will continue, and that our interest in the Caucasian region, in the southern Caucasian region, in Georgia in particular, and the Silk Road, of course, is now very much strengthening, as we can see. And over to Dr. Dragadze to continue with the program. And thank you, Andrew, once more very much.
That's my pleasure.
Okay, can people see me? Oh, I've lost myself now. Ah, yes, here we are. Now we move on. We have Miss Mariam Frivrishvili, who is the head of tourism administration.
Tamara,
Georgia.
Tamara,
Yes.
she doesn't appear to be registered. She hasn't. She's not here.
Yes, so we're missing somebody on tourism. I think the long and the short of it is there's no tourism at the moment, but when it becomes possible, Georgia will be a COVID safe country to go to. Now, actually, it comes to me and my colleague, Lia Melikishvili. We are supposed to give a paper together. I don't know if you can see her, because she would be in a photograph only. As most anthropologists, she spends a lot of her time outside of Tbilisi. We've been working together 3 or 4 decades now, and she is head of the Department of Caucasian Ethnology at the Academy of Sciences and of Georgian Studies there. And we were thinking along the same lines, which seems to happen all the time. We sometimes find we're writing, there she is. We're writing about something, she in Tbilisi and I in London, and often we're writing about the same kind of theme. However, what I thought would be interesting is a little view of what ethnographers and anthropologists, or ethnologists, is what they're calling it at the moment. It's all the same thing. We don't usually discuss national characteristics. We don't discuss countries, in fact. We usually look at a regional culture and often just one village. However, COVID experience presents something very tempting for both of us to look at. The people of Georgia, regardless of region or ethnicity, responded as one to the pandemic regulation. And this is something we're hearing about all the time throughout the morning or afternoon in Georgia. Again, if we look at general characteristics, we have to avoid stereotypes. We don't do stereotypes in our science, but we can perhaps see certain commonalities among people who are born and live in Georgia, even though, as usual, there are always exceptions who would be totally diametrically different. What we are hinting at is a culture of Georgian individualism and, as a corollary, a huge reluctance to conform, but this is not what happened during the COVID crisis. Generally speaking, we know Georgians are impatient in having to queue in orderly fashion, or again, compared to the driving habits of many other countries, we could argue that Georgian car drivers are often extraordinary risk takers. So when the government announced overnight that people were going to have to go into total lockdown and stay in their houses, that all unnecessary movement outside would be forbidden, and that in a country dependent on tourism, all borders would be closed, one could have imagined a reaction would have been either complete disregard or even riots. And yet the Georgian people emptied their streets, stayed at home exactly as they were asked for to, and even if one can say that the authorities explained the dangers very clearly, I won't make any comparisons with what goes on here, and that fines for violations were considerable, there was something else that came into play. There is an important element in Georgia. Each according to their ethnicity, people who live in Georgia internalize, embrace, and cherish strong traditions for family, marriage, funerals, and hospitality. And the discipline needed to adhere to traditions can become a resource to apply to other courses in life. And again, we don't use geographical determinism. Many people in similar physical environments have different customs and cultures, as we know. Furthermore, as a rule, when confronted with the unknown, such as COVID-19, most peoples revert to the familiar repertoire that they find in their culture. And this repertoire, in turn, is mostly crafted over centuries of a people's fate and history. We anthropologists, ethnologists, do not look to historical determinism either. And the Anglo-Saxon tradition, to which I belong, in fact, analyzes societies in what we call the ethnographic present. But what is important is that what culture a society chooses for the present is usually an adaptation of familiar references from its history. Essential Georgian ethnic culture was formed by the way it adapted to those constant wars where they were defenders. The imported culture of the conqueror elicited a response that involved the conquered Georgians to develop structural order so as to survive, to save themselves and prolong life. At the same time, they had to maintain a form of rebellion, of non-compliance with the will of their conquerors to save their own identity. Preservation of an orderly national culture as the basis for the nation's survival, as well as elements of rebelliousness against conquerors, were both at work in Georgia throughout the centuries. But at the same time, this rebelliousness had also to be kept within certain boundaries to avoid the obvious total annihilation of Georgia. Instead of fighting in vain to push back the conquerors, people resorted to showing their non-compliance through minor disobedience and in areas of secondary importance. This dual aspect of order and rebellion becomes over the centuries the characteristics of what some ethnologists would call the national psyche. Now, I'm not very happy with that, but let's just use it as shorthand. This course of action could not have been clearer than when Georgia was first part of Greater Russia and then of the USSR. The experience of that period indicates that some disorderly behavior was a form of resistance, with a display of disobedience when dealing with some of the demands of their enemies, which contrasted with the orderly way of obedience to their traditions. Interestingly, too, is that in Georgia, the concept of quarantine was prevalent even in medieval times. In Uplistiche, any newcomer was quarantined in a building outside the city walls for a fixed period of time before being allowed to spend a night in the city. It was also customary to leave horses and carts at the city gate so that no disease would be proliferated. Sometimes a sick man believed to have a disease contagious would be confined to his own home. At other times, he was isolated in a special building located outside the town. In the lowlands, this would be a small, hastily built hut. In the highlands, he would be put in a stone building or a fortress. Curiously, in both cases, an elderly woman would be assigned to look after the patient, as it was considered less likely that she would catch the disease. Nice for me. The creation of hospitals for the sick and injured started relatively early in Georgia. The theologian Saint Peter the Iberian was the son of Bakurtuch, the wife of the Georgian king, Bazar Bakar, and she opened a system of hospitals inside Georgia, whereas Peter the Iberian started hospitals in Jerusalem. After the various invasions by the Turks, hospitals were rebuilt with the same sense of necessity as bridges and other infrastructure. And we can read off, and you're interested about King David the Builder, who was keen on them too. Importantly, these hospitals were sometimes used for quarantine purposes, gathering people with the same illness into one place and isolating them. So that we can see that isolating people affected, or else whole towns fled to rural areas, which were believed to be less dangerous. A colourful description is from Count Orbeliani in the 19th century, and he was writing about a pandemic. They said, it is here, no, it is there, he died here, he died there, this one has gone, that one ran off, this one traveled, that one moved. All these rumors were prevalent in Kakheti and also in Tiflis, where disease also came. People ran to the countryside thinking to save themselves there, though in fact there was no disease yet. Later in Iberia, we read in 1892 that the Tiflis local government saw that cholera was not in the mood for jokes, unlike Baku that didn't do much, apparently, and was trying with terrible force to annihilate the whole human race. The city used everything it had to fight this enemy, including thousands of tumanis in cash. It hired dozens of doctors and told them to rush to any place where cholera would show its head. And in order to crush the infection and microbes, which I didn't quite know about then, but still they said to crush infection, you had to clean infected places. All infected clothes had to be thrown away and the owners had to be compensated. And now we can see the end of the article says the wonderful results of these measures. With the Spanish flu, we read that Georgia was in the risk zone, but the number of victims in comparison to neighboring countries was low. And this was the result of prevention measures that were successful. To fight the infection, a free bath was built in the city, where disinfection was achieved using Helios equipment, and the poor were given free soap. The concept of having to contain infections and pandemics through isolation and quarantine was therefore not an alien idea in Georgian history. And so, in a sense, and this is our argument, in the unconscious way people have recourse to the repertoire they are familiar with, the notion of isolation and quarantine was acceptable when it was announced by the present government. Today, the new normal is also accepted. As Daniel said, people have their temperatures taken as they try to go into shops. And this is accepted, as we've already heard. So finally, the good results Georgia got fighting COVID, which you've heard about today, were not there because of some draconian measures that were introduced, and not only because of the remarkably coordinated work of doctors and government structures, with their policy to put the health of the population first, despite the cost to the economy and thus to every citizen. It was the people themselves, by complying with the regulations with remarkable discipline, who placed Georgia near the top of the table of countries successful in containing COVID. And we anthropologists and ethnologists would say that that was not just by chance. There.
Tamara, thank you very much. That was really very interesting and entertaining as well. A lot of the history bound to the modern times, and just showing a certain pattern.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, do you want me to? I shall introduce Ms. Lika Chipashvili from GeoCase, civic engagement and the British-Georgian friendship and solidarity. We seem to have a lot of British-Georgian solidarity and friendship, and here is yet another case. I'm very glad to welcome you, Kalbatono Lika, and I look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to have the opportunity to speak today on the annual conference Georgian Studies Day 2020, and it is a great honor and pleasure for me to take part in this conference as a representative of the civil Georgian analytical organization GeoCase, and I would like to thank you for that. As it has already been mentioned during the webinar, there are no doubts that the COVID-19 global pandemic is an unprecedented crisis in our history, but also it poses a good opportunity to remind the global community why multilateralism and solidarity between nations are so vital. We witness more and more how the health crisis of today's globalized world interlinks us, all nations across the world, with our daily life as well as with our social values. And solidarity between states across the globe has been clearly seen. As, for example, they decided on patient transfers to relieve their partner countries throughout financial aid, or, for example, via donations of medical equipment. But also, the COVID-19 global pandemic revealed the importance of civic engagement and responsibility, and maybe it is a good reminder of the power of global solidarity, because the COVID-19 fostered support and solidarity, and amidst this challenging and troubling time, maybe there are ever stronger a sense of and desire for togetherness. And in this context, I would like to emphasize the unity of the British and Georgian peoples that we have seen during exactly the most difficult period of the COVID-19. And first of all, I want to mention the important and substantial support of the United Kingdom government to the Georgian civil society organizations that we have been receiving for decades, and we highly appreciate it. And in this sense, I want to express my gratitude towards the decision of the British side to continue several grant programs for the civil society organizations of Georgia, even in the difficult period as COVID-19. And in this sense, I want to mention, for example, a call for small-scale civil society research grants for the support the ongoing public administration reform of Georgia, implemented with the support of the UK government and the UNDP Georgia, as well as a great cooperation between the British side and the Georgian civil society organizations is also noteworthy, exactly during the most difficult period of the COVID-19. And in this context, to note, for example, that several representatives of many local non-governmental organizations of Georgia were actively involved in activities to identify the social needs of the most vulnerable groups of the Georgian society, to help them after with the support of the UK government, as, for example, families with children living in borderline of the villages of Shita-Kartli and Samegralo regions, the most vulnerable groups of the Georgian society living in Gori and Tbilisi municipalities, as well as the Roma communities living in Tbilisi, in Poti, in Kutaisi. We are provided with primary food as well as with hygiene supplies, and they were also informed about the prevention of the spread of coronavirus. And these are only a few of many examples, of course, because yes, the friendship between Georgia and the United Kingdom has deep roots, surely, but they have remained stronger during the COVID-19 pandemic, because we witnessed the important support of the British and Georgian peoples for each other during exactly the most difficult period of the pandemic, as, for example, the both in Georgia and the United Kingdom. For example, the Georgian diaspora organizations operating in the United Kingdom with the important support and help of their British citizens provided a significant assistance, both financial and consultancy assistance, to our compatriots living in the UK and who have run into serious problems due to the global pandemic of the COVID-19. And in this sense, I want also to express my gratitude towards the acts of solidarity of the British citizens residing in Georgia that they have shown exactly during the most difficult period of the COVID-19 towards our compatriots. And in this spirit, it should be also mentioned the support of the British youth and the students living in Britain towards our territorial integrity and sovereignty of Georgia that they have expressed during the COVID-19 in August on the occasion of the 12th anniversary of the August War, 8th of 2008 between Georgia and the Russian Federation. And in the frame of an online video campaign, which was widely spread on social media. They expressed their solidarity with us and condemned with us the ongoing daily creeping occupation process, as well as the factual annexation of Georgia's territory by Russian Federation's troops. And this video campaign was coordinated by a young representative of Georgia to the United Kingdom in the frame of the youth project implemented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Georgia. And this is dedicated, this project, to promote the British-Georgian cooperation and bilateral relations to promote among exactly the British youth. To strengthen further our bilateral cooperations and friendship. And last but not least, I strongly believe that amidst the pain that we continue to endure, we should find comfort exactly in the stories of support and solidarity, because we know very well no country across the world can alone overcome this crisis, and the solidarity must remain our guiding principle both now and after the COVID-19 global pandemic. And to conclude, the challenge to overcome this unprecedented crisis of the COVID-19 is surely immense, but I believe the human capacity of solidarity to resolve it is greater, and the British-Georgian civil solidarity is the best proof of that. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again.
Thank you, Kalbata. That was very interesting, and I'm very grateful for what you were saying. I hope that this dialogue will continue long after the Georgian Studies Day of this year finishes. I now want to introduce somebody we have absolutely every year, which is Peter.
Tamara, Nina is going to introduce the questions and answers now, because the.
I thought we had Peter. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
No, that was just a change, which hasn't been planned. Well, we are going for the question, because we don't have Peter Nasmith with us, but amazing presentation he prepared, and because he's not physically at the moment with us, he's not. He's only presented by his video. That's why we thought that perhaps we should take the questions now for the panel that already we had listened to, and that's Professor Ekaterina Dgebuadze, please, Tamara Dragadze, and Lika Chipashvili. I have a question here from Professor Pete Dells that can be easily directed to, because it was generally directed to the higher education managers in Georgia. So he was asking about how online the student-student interaction can be organized. So the question is to Professor Ekaterina Dgebuadze. Is she with us?
No, she is left.
Yes, no, she's here. Please, could you ask the question so that people the students are not isolated, really. They don't feel isolated from each other. So he was asking about how this can be achieved, that the students interact with between themselves. student-student interaction, please.
I can't unmute her, I'm afraid.
Yes,
She's
I was trying to.
Not there.
Yeah.
She's away
Okay.
from the screen.
So can we ask Professor Terzaze to answer this question, because it was actually directed to him initially.
Okay. If he's here, I will unmute him. I think he is also away. He's
Okay.
always. So I
Right.
guess none of them will
Yeah.
come on.
Okay, so they might come on, but it can be again a computer glitch.
Yes.
So because we have Kabatoni Lika with us now, and I hope she's still with us. So my question is a little bit cheeky, I would say. So we're talking about these civil society interactions, but it seems like it was only one-way interaction that was described. But under the COVID circumstances, I think that should be the help or the assistance provided by Georgian civil society to British civil society because of the superior situation with the COVID management. What can you say about that, please? Kabaton Lika?
I'm afraid Lika is also not at the screen.
No, I don't think those are people are away, because when they're away, there's a sign here. I think there's a problem with connection. She simply was here right now.
Okay, you try. I cannot get her. It comes up as I'm sending a unmute request and nothing happens.
Okay, let's go then and enjoy Peter Naismith's presentation.
Okay, just have to wait a second.
Just yes, it is. Every year we have a slide show from Peter. We couldn't miss. Yeah.
Just a second. Okay.
Hello, this is Peter Naismith. Very sorry that we can't be looking at each other at the moment. The reason is because I'm in transit to Georgia, and as you watch this, should be arriving in Tbilisi, possibly in quarantine, or probably in quarantine, and I just don't know the what facilities there are. If there is Wi-Fi, of course, I will join you for questions and answers, but I'm pre-recording this as a precaution. So, first of all, thank the organizers very much for again putting this wonderful event on. Delighted to be back. Plenty to show you, plenty to say. So let's get cracking. So, heritage and the pandemic. Well, let's start with this slide that you're looking at now. This is the beautiful Khada Valley in autumn last year. The reason that we have this as the first slide is because one of our projects as a National Trust is to try and convince. This is one of the reasons why we want to preserve the valley. As you can see, it's very popular with hikers, particularly Georgian hikers.
Hello.
It's very rich with history. It has a number of churches. One of them just behind.
What did you do? It was okay.
Peter, we've lost
is very positive. In fact, BBC World Service did a report on this road, a potential road, and they recorded the choir singing.
I turned it off just now.
Right where this walker is walking now will be the road, and it'll be a 3-lane highway, and there will be a tunnel through the Caucasus, 8-kilometer long tunnel right next to the village that you can see in the distance, which is Khere, the highest. Valley will be ruined. This is the middle section of the road that has been planned. You can see a very small looking truck on it. In fact, that truck should be 3 times the size. You can also see one of the towers, one of the 60 towers of the Khader Valley, just to the right of the spur road. This drawing was taken from the environmental impact assessment, which was produced by the company hired by the banks, which it seems to recommend this route. The road is being funded by the Asian Development Bank, ADB, and the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, the EBRD. I have to say that I'm a supporter of the banks, personally. They've done a lot of good in Georgia. In fact, they've even built some good roads. But we all make mistakes, and I'm afraid I think this is definitely one of them. We have raised official complaints, we being the National Trust of Georgia, with both the bank's complaints mechanisms. The ADB rejected our complaint because they said we were ineligible to make it, which is a bit strange. In fact, more than strange, I think. At any rate, fortunately for us, the EBRD took a different opinion and said that we were eligible, and they put us through their own complaint mechanism, and we have supplied lots of documents. I should say us and other organizations in Georgia who feel the same way. It's going through slowly now, but the fact is the project has been okayed and has even started in the small amounts. So whether or not we're going to be able to stop it is another thing. We, of course, don't want to stop the road itself. We just want it built somewhere else. That's where we're coming from. We should also mention that there was another tunneling project funded by both the banks that was completed in 2016 at a place called Shuahevi in Ajara. And we're worried, particularly worried, because shortly after the tunnels were completed, they collapsed. And it was a similar sort of $500 million project, and it was to generate electricity. And since 2016 to today, no electricity has been developed out of that project. So we do not have confidence in the environmental impact report, and we feel quite strongly that it should be the project should be halted and another one should be done. The road will run right to the middle of this picture on a bridge just over Rostiani village. You can see in the foreground. Just see a little village in the background with a tower in it. On the ridge above, there are 3 bases of watchtowers which no longer exist. Now, I've put this picture in from pure vanity. It's the wonderful lammergeier, or bearded vulture. Photo was taken very close to Rostiani village. It's a 3-meter wingspan. It's a huge bird. It's very, very rare in Western Europe. There's only a few pairs of them. In Georgia, you can see them if you know where to look. And this one lives in the Khada Valley. Its color is quite remarkable because of it bathes in the mineral water springs here. Here's some more of the valley's 60 medieval towers. About 20 of them we think still stand. Had some wonderful ideas about what can be done. Some, for instance, could be reconstructed and under sort of the banner of ecotourism, which this valley is very, very high potential. We could do wonderful things like solar lumières, and can you imagine them all being lit up all around the valley, and you standing in the middle, hearing a history of the valley through headphones? This is a map, a Google map of looking down on the different routes. You can see Schere mentioned in the center route, the red route. The one to the right is from the Lachakhevi possibility that was never even considered by the bank's report, the environmental impact assessment. And the one on the left, the yellow one, is another possibility which goes up from the Aragvi Valley. Again, we feel these two should be considered more deeply. Now for some good news. This is the National Trust of Georgia's headquarters. If you remember 2 years ago, I think we showed it to you then. We were hoping that we might be able to do it up, but we needed vast amounts of money to do it because it's in terrible condition. Well, there has been a result. The ICOMOS Georgia has found some money, and it is now being actively repaired. This is our plaque on the wall to celebrate the fact that ICOMOS had found the money, although of course it's ICOMOS's money, not ours. This is the kind of problems that it has, and this is it today. Well, very similar to it today. It's under serious renovation, and I think slide here. This is a part of a report on Georgian television showing the progress being done. This is where we're working in the basement, shoring up the foundations and rebuilding the inner walls. This is, of course, this kind of publicity is very important for us because we want to show this kind of information to the Georgian public. I have to say ICOMOS have been wonderful and very, very useful. They're basically running this project. We hope to show the Georgian public that it is better and indeed more profitable for them to restore their own homes rather than knock them down. This is an international consultant who came in, Sinclair Johnson, to advise us on the project. We also had Donald Hankey, that's Lord Donald Hankey, former head of ICOMOS in the UK. He also came and spent 2 weeks working very hard redesigning the house. This is another project that we ran, a great project. It was called My Heritage. We finished it this time last year. And it encouraged people to enter, people who'd restored their homes, their interiors or exteriors, or done it in a traditional and culturally sensitive way, to enter a competition. There were some money prizes, and possibly more and most important, we had plaques, National Trust plaques, which could then be put on the walls to celebrate the fact that they have got a kind of a listing as a well-restored house. Anyway, this is the Facebook page from our National Trust of Georgia, mostly in Georgian, so that you know. The next slide is the winner. Beautiful house, which, by the way, is just, there's a whole article on this in a new L Decoration, I think it's a September issue, which is where absolutely beautiful restored Art Nouveau wall paintings, hand-painted walls. This next slide is another winner and plaque owner. It's a house in Oni, up in Racha, and it's also a guest house where you can stay, and again, beautifully restored. And the plaque that she can put on her wall for restoration work. This is what became known as the Volcano House. It's a beautiful and very elaborate restoration of a traditional Georgian roof, traditional style, down in the south of Georgia. Unfortunately, I never got to see it in person, but it was another one of our winners. This is one of our winners actually carving the supports for the roof in their completely rebuilt home, which is now a guest house. This is an extraordinary ceiling. I don't know how clearly you can see it, but it's up. Well, it's in Tatsminda, Tbilisi, and it's actually the former Persian consulate building. This ceiling was going to collapse, but was restored lovingly by the woman who lives in the house, and she fought and fought and got enough money to do it. And it's I've never seen a ceiling quite like it. It's in a private house. Unfortunately, you can't really go and see it. But she heard about our competition and entered, and we gave her a prize. She also had done a very similar ceiling in one of the Tbilisi's hotel down by the Valley. This is another one of our projects. It's just about to start. It will come to fruition next summer, we hope, with the World Monument Fund. It's to highlight and promote Tusheti as not just a national treasure, but an international treasure, to be cherished and visited and developed as an example of high quality mountain ecotourism. And we have a variety of projects connected, sort of orbiting around that, which will start to happen a bit more fully in the spring. This is one of the pictures from that. You can see all of these pictures and everything that just about everything I've mentioned before on our website, the National Trust of Georgia. In fact, it's nationaltrustofgeorgia.org.ge, but I'll leave that up at the end. This is a picture of the beautiful Gometsari Valley in Tusheti, which is a fantastic place to walk. Now quickly back to Tbilisi to fill in on more information of pandemic and heritage and what's happening or happened recently. This picture is taken in March this year of a building that has been beautifully restored. A lot of you know it on Dadiani Street, and that's Satiani on the corner. And that's a success story. Whether this is a success story is up for debate. It's on Dadiani Street, certainly, but things are certainly happening. Here's another building which we never thought would be built, but is now finished, more or less, the Axis Towers, Twin Towers, up on Chavchavadze Street, overlooked by another tower. I'm rushing this because I'm pretty over my time. Another extraordinary building up in Basiletti Lake, which some of you may know. And I rather like it. It's eccentric. It's very eclectic. But then, of course, so is Art Nouveau. And this is the kind of thing it's replacing the old Soviet-style horrible hotels, lest we forget. This is the final slide. Is to let you know our website address, which you can see at the bottom. Everything I've said, just about everything I've said, and much, much more detail is there. I strongly recommend you have a look. There are other projects that we've done or are planning to do, lots more history, and so much more to say to you, but unfortunately I've run out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I hand over to Peter.
Yes. Well, thank you very much, Peter. That was, if you can hear us, that was absolutely brilliant as usual. Wonderful pictures, and that was great as it always is when you give a talk like that at our annual Georgian Studies Day. Okay, so we now move on to the twinning, and these are twin cities between Georgia and the UK, and you will hear a little bit about the details when you hear the individual people. And the first person I'd like to introduce is Mr. Derek Pickup, and he is he's the chair of the Bristol Tbilisi Twinning Association. And he's actually an honorary Georgian. He's an honorary Georgian. He's an honorary Georgian consul and first guardian of Tbilisi, and a joint British and Georgian citizen. So a unique person. I'm going to pass him over to you now. You should be able to hear him.
Morning, Peter.
Derek,
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Derek?
Hello, Peter. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, and I'm trying to switch your webcam on. You haven't got it on. Can you see that?
Right. Can you?
That's
Have
better.
You got me now?
Wow. Yeah, that's great. Okay. Good. All right. Wonderful. Go ahead.
Okay. Peter asked me to say a few words about Bristol itself before I go into my talk. Just to say, Bristol is a city of approximately 500,000 people in the southwest of England. It's quite an economically vibrant city, and like Tbilisi, we have a major river running through the heart of the city. The twinning between Bristol and Tbilisi was signed in 1988 and reaffirmed in 1995, and we've always had a busy programme of events and projects. And 2019-20 was meant to be another busy year. Unfortunately, most of the events were cancelled, but gradually we got used to the new norm with the virus, and we did manage to do a few things. So I'll go through the things that we did manage to achieve during the year. In May, Tbilisi City Council unveiled a new twinning sign in a garden situated in Katsani's Ziliv district. The name of the garden is Tbilisi Twin Gardens, City's Garden, and it was the Mayor's Department's idea to have a garden in the city which would be devoted to twinning. And in Bristol, we've commissioned a new twinning sign by the Bristol-based artist Steve Joyce, which will go in the centre of the city, but completion has been delayed because of COVID, because he hasn't been able to access his workshop. In Bristol, we have an annual literary festival, and this year the Bristol Festival of Literature has twinned with Georgia, and we have 3 Georgian writers who are participating in the festival. We have Eka Kivanishvili, who's a poet and a journalist. We also have a playwright, David Gabiani, and the writer and historian Aka Akshis Aladiani has also agreed to take part. And that's happening between the 15th and 20th of October. So if you look online for the festival, you should be able to participate. Also in Bristol, we have an international film festival called Encounters, and we have been linking up with Georgian film makers over the last few years. This year's festival took place between the 20th and the 26th of September. And as part of the programme, it featured a number of 90-second films made by Georgian filmmakers to depict life in Georgia. And the prize for the winning competitor is a paid visit to the festival in 2021. There were 17 films shown, So some of you may be able to access that through the Encounters website. We also have another international festival in Bristol, a festival of street artists called Upfest. And this year, the well-known Georgian street artist Tamoons was due to take part, but obviously the festival couldn't go ahead as normal, but an online event did happen between the 25th and 27th of September. And we are hoping that Tamoons and perhaps some other Georgian street artists will join us next year. The Bristol Tbilisi Association has started to re-engage with our colleges in Tbilisi, and we recently held a online quiz, and because it was an online event, we were able to have participants from Tbilisi and Bristol. 2021, we are hoping to reorganise and have 2 trips to Tbilisi in October next year. We're also looking at the possibility of a trade delegation, but we have to determine with British companies if this is going to be viable. We're planning a Georgian Supra and a Georgian film season, both of which have usually proved very popular. A number of talks are planned, and if they can't go ahead of physical events, obviously we'll put them online. We have had over the years a number of Cheveney scholars come to study in Bristol, and it was interesting when the Education Minister talked about links and the importance of education, and we have had some Georgian students study education in Bristol, and this year we have a Georgian student called Lana who's just starting her master's degree in education at Bristol University. Unfortunately, she's currently in lockdown for 2 weeks because of COVID. What twinning has shown us is the importance of working together and the friendships we developed. And we found that those friendships can still, through Facebook and online initiatives, can still continue. And if anybody wants to know more about the work of the Bristol Tbilisi Association, they can have a look at our online website. If anybody would like a copy of my speech and some of the web links to the various things I've mentioned, you can email me at Derek, D-E-R-E-K, pickup@icloud.com. Right, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Derek. That's great. Okay, I think we'll move on to the next twinning report. This is Caroline McLaughlin, who is chairman of the Newport Kutaisi twinning, and she is going to start talking. If I just she's okay. If she could put her webcams on. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, fine.
I didn't share my webcam.
I'm sending you. You've got to turn your webcam on, but don't.
I know. I put it share, but it's not allowed. Oh, I see. Up there, is it? Yeah,
yeah.
Probably. Thank you.
It's gone off again, hasn't it?
Oh, sorry. No, it's webcam. I'll put it. No, I'm clicking on it. Show screen. Somebody's paused it.
Well, you should be. Hello?
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, well,
I can't see the screen at all. Right.
We can see your screen, but I can't see you. We can see a screen. Yeah,
yes.
We can see
your screen. Should I click on share my webcam?
Yes.
It's not sharing it though. It says paused for some reason.
Okay. Well, I'll try and switch you on as you go along with the you can still talk and you can use your screen share, which is what you want, right?
Yes, I do want to. I don't know where it is. It's not coming on like yesterday.
Okay, well, just if you just talk a little bit about introducing the videos, because I'll put those on.
Is that showing the screen?
Yes, but you don't need to share your screen. Remember, I'm going to put them on mine, the videos.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you. So briefly, I'm from the Newport Catesi, chair of Newport Catesi Twinning Association, and in a sense, I would say we are more microcosmic in a way than Bristol, in that we have less inhabitants. But the association, Newport Catesi, is extremely strong. It was started 31 years ago when Dame Rosemary Butler signed the formal twinning agreement with Governor Shashashvili, and 30 years ago, this year's our anniversary, we established the Newport Catesi Twinning Association. And I would say I've been involved for 30 years, and for me, in a way, it's less of a twinning and more of a love affair. We've had involvement over the years with many projects, educational, civic, cultural. We have Catesi Street in Newport, we have Newport Street in Catesi, and most recently we have a Newport Hotel in Catesi. The membership has grown. We are trying to involve young people more, and Rotary International has helped us with this. And currently our MP, Newport East, Jessica Morden, is the secretary for the parliamentary group, or parliamentary party group of Georgia. I think as an association, we've been part of a wonderful developmental journey with Georgia. We've been privileged to experience the warmth, humour, courage and resilience of the Georgian people over 30 years. And I think the power of the Newport Catesi Association, Catesi Newport International Association, is the people to people. And what I'd like to share with you are two videos, the first of which is part of an ongoing development which I spoke about last year, which is the support of an inclusive practice development in Catesi, where they are developing support and methodologies for working with children with additional learning needs in a very inclusive way. So what I'm going to show first is a video of how the money that we provided, Alice Butler Bryce of Colin Gwent in Newport raised £2,000 with students post-16 who also have additional learning needs, so that it enabled the bridge to carry on with their valuable work in developing strategies, initiatives and resources for children with additional learning needs. So Lika Mutvari has prepared this video to share with you something of what is happening in Catesi.
ხაჭაპური გამოვაცხოთ ხაჭაპური Oh, frag abi kaçapunya. Tidak kaget. Fragida. Also, Frage ist auch gut. Das ist selbst verrückt. Oh ja. Es la cifria. Ürti. Erti. Aese. Çabodon terti tarikatırdı. Senin gülmek Vay içinden. Iko napolis. Napolis. Koysa? Bak şakayım içinden.
Okay, Caroline.
Hi. So do I click share? Do I click on share?
No, you don't. You just introduce the next one.
Right. Now, we're very interested in obviously introducing the younger generation to the wonders, magic, humour, courage of Georgia and the Georgian people. And to this effect, the next very short piece of video is from the deputy head of a school with which I'm involved, which is linked to a school in Kutaisi. Future developments with this school, with the schools, particularly with the Kutaisi school, will be the development of the Duke of Edinburgh Award for the pupils in that school. Obviously, COVID has impacted on what has happened this year, but certainly I will let Nick speak for himself about what he has learned about Georgia. And just before he speaks, I will just mention one thing we did this year, which was heartwarming. We had a Georgian Christmas in Killeen on January the 6th at a hotel. And the most wonderful thing was that in Kutaisi, during that time, there were our friends and contacts and all the people we knew and loved sitting in Kutaisi having their Christmas meal. And as we read out messages and raised our glasses and toasted the family, isn't it amazing to think of all those miles away? Those in Kutaisi were doing something very similar with their families. So here's Nick.
Hi, I'm Nick Smith and I'm the Year 6 teacher and one of the deputy head teachers at Killeen Lodge Hill Primary School. I've been very lucky to have been introduced by Caroline Glocklan, our school's Chair of Governors and the Association Chair of the Newport Kutaisi Twinning Association, to the wonderful country of Georgia. For me, a big part of this fantastic experience has been working alongside another primary school teacher in Georgia by the name of Manana, where we've been able to establish an excellent link between the two schools in order to enable our children to learn in a really authentic and engaging way using tools such as Google Docs and Google Slides. Already we've learnt what a culturally rich country Georgia is, and Manana sent us a video showing the school and what life was like in Georgia, and the children absolutely loved it. So personally, I was lucky enough to experience this even further when I attended a Georgian Christmas dinner at the Priory Hotel in Killeen, where we heard a variety of traditional Christmas messages in both Georgian and in English, and I was able to learn a little bit more about how Christmas is celebrated in Georgia. What was clear that evening is that there is clearly a very, very strong and valuable bond between Newport and Kutaisi, and long may it continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Caroline. I think you can hear me. Hello? Yes, thank you very much. Well, that's fine. We're now going to move on to David Gigari, and he's going to tell us about the twinning that he has with different Newcastles all over the world. So if I can see him here. Yeah, okay, let's.
Yes, hi everyone.
I had to move on, so my camera, unfortunately, is not going to switch on now, but can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Yep.
Ah, perfect. Yes, so, well, firstly, congratulations on putting all of this together. Big thank you to all the organizers for not canceling, but making sure that it all happens has been very interesting. So in Newcastle and Achалтzeche, as you know, this is, and for those who don't know, it's a slightly wider relationship rather than two cities. So it goes across other Newcastles from around the world, in Europe, Japan, South Africa, America. So it's really a sort of a global alliance, and Achалтzeche has been part of it informally since 2009 and formally from 2010. Before I start the video, just to add on the sort of the whole COVID-19, we actually had a small group there, including go and visit Achалтzeche and surrounding area. They returned just last week. Even in these COVID times, they were able to see the Rabati Castle, they had to see Fortress, the monasteries nearby, and try some of the wine that has been revived from old grape varieties that have been lost. So that's quite sort of exciting new trip, and everyone came back healthy and thoroughly enjoyed themselves. And now to the video. Hello everyone, I hope everyone had a pleasant enough summer considering the circumstances, and here's a quick report on Newcastle and Achалтzeche. The whole COVID situation obviously had a serious impact on Newcastles of the World Association, which resulted in cancellation of our Biennale conference, which would have taken place last week of April in Neuchâtel. Around 100 delegates from Newcastles, including Achалтzeche, were intending to come to Switzerland, and Neuchâtel City Council had worked very hard to build an interesting and attractive program. We thank them for their commitment to our alliance and for their willingness to continue as hosts for our next conference. The Smart City program was to have been the main theme for our Newcastles of the World conference in April, but there is still interest to share information, which can be done via the link shown on the slide. The page is about how our Newcastles are using technology to bring greater efficiencies and improved services to citizens and a greener way of working and living, and also it helps to deliver the other main objectives that we as the Newcastles have set for ourselves around culture, tourism, education and attractiveness to business investment. Specifically on tourism, schools from Newcastle, including Achалтzeche, were invited to join in the Newcastles of the World Education Initiative program. The purpose is to introduce secondary schools in Newcastles to each other to enable links to be developed, leading to potential projects such as e-projects with potential for future teacher-pupil international school exchanges. The overall aim is to catalyze opportunity for students to experience each other's cultures and languages and build friendships at an international level. We have created a dedicated online communication channel to enable lead contacts in Newcastles and teachers to converse with each other about the types of school exchanges they're seeking. And we would of course welcome the embassy here to help us identify some suitable schools in Achалтzeche to participate in this program. On tourism, we continue to develop the Newcastle's passport for visitors, and while borders remain closed, we have been including monthly bulletins on tourist attractions in the region. Two particularly interesting ones that I want to point out is Achалтzeche in winter, as we can see in the picture, is rarely seen, and the recently refurbished synagogue. The synagogue in Achалтzeche is the oldest one in Georgia and is partially in service. Built in 1863, it was extensively renovated and features beautiful interiors of painted wood, portraits of generations of rabbis, and is open in summer for the general public. In arts, we are pleased to announce the first Newcastles of the World art exhibition. Those selected will have their work showcased at the Biennale Nové Zámky in Slovakia. All entries submitted will be featured on the Newcastles of the World website. The idea is to select and present the works from artists who are, by place of birth or residence, are from the 17 official towns and cities that are connected through the Newcastles of the World Alliance. The Salon exhibition will run from 17th of December 2020 through to January at the Maya Cinema at Nové Zámky. It's also worth noting that a famous Ahal-Tzihe-born international opera star, Lucinia Zakarian, was featured as part of the Newcastle's International Women's Day celebration. British Georgian Society held the charity walk Coast to Coast, Hadrian's Wall's Path, which ended in Newcastle with a reception held by the Lord Mayor and the Newcastle councillors, with Her Excellency Ambassador Tamar Beruchashvili also attending. Aside from raising funds for 3 different charities, it was a perfect opportunity to engage on the Newcastle Ahal-Tzihe initiative. Finally, I would like to draw your attention that Newcastles of the World book is now out and features some of the interesting recipes and stories from Newcastles. The book is available from Amazon. Thank you.
It's a big delay on the line, Carl. I'm going to call you back on your landline.
Thank you very much. That concludes that. We always have in Georgian Studies works in progress and reports of the year. We have a chosen charity, which is Mkurnali, and every year we usually have the former chairman of St. Gregory's, who is now on the board of Mkurnali, George Guest, to give a talk, but this time, thanks to Zoom, we're hoping we can reach Nino Chubabria, who is the director. Nino Gesmis?
Mesmis, yes, yes.
Oh, wonderful. So,
hello. This is Peter Naismith.
Okay, now we're going to have the...
Oh, Peter, that's great to hear you. We enjoyed your talk so much.
Now, can we have Peter Lydiard now put the screen so that we can see Nino's screen, and then she can talk. Okay, we're waiting. Nino,
Not be looking at each other.
No, we've not got that. We want the next one.
I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, unfortunately, it keeps on coming on, this one. I can't get rid of it. Let's try again in a minute. That's better. Okay, now we're in good shape. Okay, we'll turn that on. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, Miss Sarat, Nino. Yes, you can hear.
Can I start?
Yes, of course you can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, dear friend. I'm very pleased to take place in Georgian Studies Day in 2020. First of all, I want to apologize for my English, and I'll try my best to make my speech understandable. Mkurnali is a charity organization founded under the auspice of the Georgian Patriarchal Church of St. Panteleimon, Mkurnali, the Hillary. It was established as NGO on 27th of December of 2000. At that time, in Georgia, there are several shelters for street children, but according of the regulation, they were only responsible for the children below the age of 14 years. The founders of Mkurnali.
Oh dear, we seem to have lost the sound there. I think.
Yeah, I think she is. Yep, she's back. I think now. I don't know what happened. Let's try again.
Nino, guess me? No, we can't hear. Oh.
In fact, her microphone has gone blank now. Maybe there's a problem with the reception.
There might be. Shall I take over? Then?
Yes, you can, but you can't control. I don't think you can. Yes, I think I can control the.
You can control the slide.
I can control these. I think you tell me as you go along. Yeah.
If she can, Nino. No, I did. If she can't.
Okay.
I hear.
Fine.
But,
well,
okay,
we can
go off again.
Can you hear us?
Me now? Yes.
Yes.
And
good.
you?
Yes. Yes.
I have to start now.
Yes.
Yes. Kurnali is a charity organization founded under the.
Yes, we got that. What you got to was that children of 15 were thrown into the street. There was nothing after the age of 14.
Okay. And the founders of NGO Kurnali decided to address this problem and create an institution which would find the way to help those vulnerable children. So idea was coming for Father Georgi Chachawa and Lali Mesri, and the Kurnali started functioning on the February of 2001. The first project was financing by British Embassy, and it was an 8-month project, and we established following workshops. It was hairdressing workshop, jewelry workshop, and domestic technical repairing workshop. And the biggest challenges, I have to ask to change the sides. Yes, I forget. The biggest challenges. Hello.
You have to change the slides yourself.
The biggest challenges was to find the job. The next page, please. Next.
Can you move the slides?
Next.
Okay.
And next again. Again next. Again. This is photos. Okay. The biggest challenges was to find the jobs for the children who completed the trainings, and that's why we established the very first social enterprise in Georgia. It was named Berkeley. And next page, please. Berkeley starting hosting jewelry exhibitions, but a main focus was on charging printer cartridges for big organizations such as British Embassy, Telasi, Energopro Georgia, Banco TBC Bank, and so on. And the profits were used to implement activity of Kurnali. Next place, please. Yes. Next. In 2003, we started a program for the legal defense of street children. Next.
Next slide. No, a bit further on.
Next again.
Yes, there we are.
This is exhibition of association. This is of legal defense of our children, and next, please. In 2007, the winter was very cold in Tbilisi, and children asked us to give them right to stay nighttime in overnight in our workshops, and we of course we helped them, and with the blessing of the Georgian Patriarch Ilyas II, we found the shelter for them. In 2011, with the help of St. Grigory's Foundation, we pushed the building for the shelter. The building includes night shelters and workshops. Next, please. With the help of St. Grigory's Foundation again, our formal beneficiary Jamal Badashvili start work in our in Kurnali and help us with running day by day text, and she also creates the sport club for the health lifestyle among our children. And so in this moment we have our champions. Next please, in kickboxing himself, and also little Christina in gymnastics. She's gymnast. So, and this is next please. Next, this is our project, but in this moment I want to stop because of because of time. I want to stop just in the last project, which is also with the support of St. Grigoris Foundation, and I'm very pleased that we founding a new social enterprise in particularly this is a car repairing workshop where many young people study the craft, and we also employ 3 of them in this. And also our beneficiary Ivan Nefedov and his 2 follows established online shop, and they hope that their business will be successful. So it also with the help of St. Grigoris Foundation. And next please, this is our shelter. Next
slide. Next. No,
next.
a bit further. There we are. Yeah.
Yes, next. And also we are helping our our families who leave our shelter and now live indefinitely. We every month we are distribute among them product, and we are helping with building materials and with everything what they need. So next please. Next. And again next, because it is not because of time I don't. This is our project is and in how we are helping the children and how we will help them through these years. We established first we are social entertainment in Georgian, and also we are first so first found a shelter for children over the age of 14. We found first training workshop in Georgia. Georgian. We are actively involved in working person of jewelry adjusting working group process in jewelry adjusting. And next please. This is our setup here. So I want to stop on the challenges because of COVID-19. We have next, yes. Again, next
slide.
Yes. To the COVID-19 break out the economic condition, and also we have big challenges because of this, as the tourists do not visit Georgian. Sales of our enamel product dramatically fell down, and also regard the printer repairing business, as the companies mostly work online. There is no need for our service, and we get few orders now. So
hello, have we finished? Nino, can you hear me? Well, I think we might have to end there. Nino, can you hear me? Nino?
She's completely disappeared.
I think there's a problem with the internet. But
Yeah.
all I can say, I'll finish for her. The other thing that she didn't mention is that with the previous government, not the